My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. Notice: intellectual property theft is particularly egregious and equally unlawful where the sole inventor and creator of the intellectual property is the targeted individual. Erica Lorraine Spencer, subject to the unconstitutional and inhumane government system of gang stalking, otherwise referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices, because of which the intellectual property created by the targeted individual, who is, in fact, Erica Lorraine Spencer, as the intellectual property also proves, serves to establish via evidence and expose the existence of criminal surveillance and thus an inherent threat posed by the U.S. government and the civilian population sharing engagement in the unlawful system. Such evidence that includes all of the content created by Erica Lorraine Spencer, images, videos, audio, etc., belongs solely and entirely to Erica Lorraine Spencer only and is necessarily published online in order to protect her life, safety, and liberty as the targeted individual, who is also the intellectual property owner, no less protected from theft procured through targeting by a public entity. Theft of any intellectual property belonging to Erica Lorraine Spencer, which is necessarily committed while she, being both creator and inventor, remains oppressed by the public entity via criminal surveillance, is a criminal and inhumane means of infringement under all circumstances and not protected nor enforceable pursuant to any invalid or fraudulent acts of copyright, trademarks, patents, etc., including as it pertains to any ideas associated with or generated from the intellectual property or the intellectual property owner, Erica Lorraine Spencer, whether creative, business, or otherwise, nor does the intellectual property owner consent to any such means of infringement and theft. Okay, ongoing targeting by the Ontario International Airport, pedophiles stalking using commercial planes. Pedophiles that you know by office, Alan D. WAPNER, okay? Pedophiles engaging in this sexually violent pattern of conduct using commercial planes in the middle of the night. It's 12:18 a.m., 12:17 a.m. You'll see I'm taking a screenshot of what I'm doing on my phone, and at the same time is where off of Lemon, this plane is arriving out of nowhere, rising in elevation as though there's any sort of possibility that you're taking off from Lemon Avenue from 2500 Airport Drive. These are the demons that are monitoring. So this is representing what's being monitored on my phone while the government, the city of Ontario, is gang stalking with the people of the state. Doing so with regard to ongoing impunity. This is what, again, QCD is engaging in, quality custom distribution. While you'll see, again, the light activity, my shadow was fanned out on the sidewalk in front of me, while QCD is the form for light activity. The entity is doing so while the people of the state, the demons who are the people of the state, are maintaining ongoing impossible light activity, pacing, criminal presence on the roads and the highways, while the entity is engaging in criminal presence, stalking using commercial planes, while they're monitoring at the same time that I upload the video. You'll see the YouTube video
starts uploading. And that's the same time that plane activity sounds, okay? And I'm capturing images of criminal presence in the path by the Ontario International Airport monitoring. And that's pursuant to what is federal stalking. It's currently 12:19 a.m., again on August 12th, 2025. This is P.O.C. This is the ongoing pattern. This is what the demons do over and over and over again while I document and while I publish evidence. P.O.C. All right, Ontario International Airport is also evidently engaging in the pattern of conduct of gang stalking, and this system of targeting not only identified through the location where these planes are hovering over me, also through the maintenance of the specific environment, amplification, and possible light activity, the government acting directly, the people of the state engaging in that POC. And the entity also engaging in the pattern of conduct where the planes are engaging in flights that are not published on the website, where the Ontario International Airport maintains a published list of supposedly all arrivals and departures and the list of the terminals, supposedly all of the information about the operation of the Ontario International Airport. And this is not the case, and this is a well-documented fact. That's why I expose it. Where the entity is targeting me. The entity is typically not maintaining overnight, late night flights, like flights at 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning, where the unit, like I'm documenting at Woodside Senior Apartment. And second of all, that's a multifamily zone. It's a senior citizen complex, and the Ontario International Airport is heavily documented gang stalking me at that apartment complex. Just like they are flying over the senior citizen complex, the 280 North Limit Apartments. That's a senior citizen complex. They're flying miles away from the airport and then hovering over the roof of that apartment complex. They are doing so, and that's a means of identifying that. This is how you're able to identify, period. I'm showing you the analytical framework, recognizing targeting amongst the corrupt system. The entity is targeting in the environment. The airport is miles away. So you're hovering miles away from that airport, and the entity is engaging. By the way, with regard to these vehicles that you hear, impossible light activity coexists with their stalking conduct. Okay, so that's speaking to the malice of the entity that's engaging in surveillance. And this is where the Ontario International Airport, that's what I mean. Where the people of the state are gang stalking, that's giving you context, so is the Ontario International Airport, maintaining aerial surveillance. And it's also relevant because it is not published on the website. So while I am processing my podcast, the entity is maintaining late night surveillance using commercial planes, which is what I've been documenting. But I'm going to go ahead and document this. This is going to be the removal of Polyon. This is the prosecution of an airport that's engaging in the conspiracy to murder me and keep me subject to what is a program, an unabated program of psychological torture, while they're monitoring also evidence. And this is federal stalking that this airport is engaging and facilitating. And this criminal conspiracy to commit murder, to engage in domestic terrorism and psychological torture, pursuant to what is an entirely corrupt system, is the basis of removing this airport from existence altogether. It is a national security threat. The mentally ill are the ones flying these planes, engaging in stalking as opposed to legitimate business. Going out of their way, there's so much money being wasted, so much time and manpower. That's how do you know that this is a very elaborate system. There is a workforce, and by workforce I put that in air quotes, a workforce. There is a team, a group of people that know that ongoing targeting by planes are underway, and they're engaged in keeping that up. This is what the Ontario International Airport is engaging in. Shut that down altogether. Shut it down. This is a waste of money. It's another waste of money. So I just want to document, though, however. So while I'm publishing, again, not specifically publishing, meaning putting it online yet. I'm processing it on my phone. I'm using my device. I am processing documentation that the entity is hostile to, that the entity is keeping under surveillance. And this is relevant to what you'll see at 12:17 a.m. at the intersection of E and Euclid Avenue in Ontario, California. The entity where they're engaging in criminal summoning, this is Michael Gerken, gang stalking at 1:06 a.m., monitoring evidence just like the Ontario International Airport is monitoring evidence. The entity, that's criminal summoning that's going on right now. So let me go ahead and get that. This is under the fake moon. This is in the engineer light. That's federal stalking. Michael Gerken's being removed from office. The fake moon is right over the top of my head. This is what the Ontario International Airport. Those are, again, gang stalking by Alan D. WAPNER, gang stalking by Michael Gerken, the Ontario Police, gang stalking by Mike LORENZ. These are the demons that are also obsessed with my vagina. The Ontario Fire Department also know what's going on with my genitalia and every bathroom in the city of wherever I'm at. The Ontario Fire Department is engaging in surveillance. And they're demons, by the way. Demons that engage in arson, in order to keep employment. Demons that are pedophiles engaging in what is gang stalking, psychopathic conduct, stalking in a fire truck. It doesn't get any more demented than that. This is what Michael GERKEN is engaging in and facilitating and is in corrupt and dangerous leadership of. That's why he's being removed from office. But nonetheless, the entity is monitoring evidence. This is what the Ontario International Airport is doing. And while I am processing the podcast, the Ontario International Airport over E Street and Euclid, look it up on the Google Maps to see how many miles it is away from the Ontario International Airport, where from the airport, 2500 Airport and 2900 Airport Drive, you are engaging in a sharp incline in that sky space at that address, and then proceeding, progressing in flight at a heightened elevation, continuous heightening of elevation, not this lower elevation where you're looking at an incline in elevation at what is a Lemon Avenue. I'm capturing this at 12:03, 12:17 a.m. 12:17 in particular is when I'm publishing, because I'll take a picture. I'm also taking a picture of what I'm doing on my phone. And the entity is maintaining, let me go ahead and get, this is specifically 12:56, I've been capturing ongoing monitoring by the Ontario International Airport, specifically 12:56 a.m. I am processing the podcast on my phone. This is where you will see the entity rising in elevation over this intersection. And the entity is engaging in what is monitoring while I'm processing the podcast documentation, preparing in order to publish it. What you'll see at 12:17 a.m., you will see again as I am capturing the images. 12:17 a.m. and 32 seconds, 12:17 a.m. and 34 seconds, the rise and incline as though you're taking off. That's mimicking some sort of takeoff, which is not happening at Lemon and East Street. It's not happening at Euclid and East Street. It's takeoffs from the airport are occurring at 2500 Airport Drive and 2900 Airport Drive. And these are also flights that are not published on the website, which is also what I captured images of. In fact, the arrivals at the Ontario International Airport that are not published online, there are no arrivals until, let's see, there's 12:15 a.m. Alaska Airlines on August 12th, and that would be a departure from Alaska Airlines at 12:15 a.m. would be flight number Apple Samuel AS1040 coming from Seattle, and then arriving, this would be gate 203, terminal 2. And it states online when I'm capturing it, which is while the entity is stalking by plane, Alaska Airlines would be engaging in what is an arrival. So that would mean they will be flying in the direction east, not west, which the Ontario International Airport is doing while hovering over this intersection. What I'm capturing also is that on August 12th, the only flight that is occurring overnight at 12:59 a.m. is Frontier Airlines, and it is a departure headed toward Denver. That would be Denver, Colorado, coming from gate 211. Frontier Airlines, where I am at the same time at this venue. This is, again, speaking to documentation about what I'm publishing, and it's in direct conflict with what Alan D. WAPNER knows very well about what is not being published on the website, pertaining to a pattern of conduct that I'm subject to that is occurring in a specific environment, and it is in conformity to what the rest of the state of California that I've documented. And there are no arrivals, by the way, from any of the terminals 2 and 4. That includes rising in elevation of planes from behind Lemon Avenue, flying over E Street and Euclid right here, hovering over the Unicare Community Health Center, hovering over the Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, and also doing so at this hour, doing so with the frequency that I've been documenting all night long. And this is the long documented criminal conduct of Alan D. WAPNER, somebody that's a pedophile. He is also a sex offender, keeping my vagina under surveillance as the corrupt business practices, the corrupt gang stalking airlines that are facilitating and are engaged in the conspiracy to murder American citizens and facilitating pedophilia amongst the gang stalkers, and gang stalking companies like Frontier Airlines, Alaska Airlines, American Airlines, Delta Airlines, United Airlines that are engaging in what is criminal conduct that is not published on the website. And that which is published on the website, when you're taking off and arriving at the airport, it will never include flying what is south on Euclid Avenue over the sidewalk over the top of my head, and then making a U-turn to continue flying east over 2301 South Euclid Avenue over the intersection of Philadelphia and Euclid Avenue in Ontario, where the entity is concentrating plane activity along this street. By the way, if you don't pay attention to that, concentrating plane activity along this street where the fake sun is remaining all day long and where the fake moon is here as well. And I want to point out that this plane activity that I'm taking pictures of proving it is not published on the Ontario International Airport website. That's also relevant to identifying targeting. Okay, this is what the entity is going to be prosecuted for. And this is supporting what it is that I advocate. If you want to use an entire airport and waste the resources of a city and the state, the government gets money from federal and state resources in order to maintain things like an airport. And the airport in Ontario is being used for domestic terrorism. One person, not that it's okay if you're stalking a group of people. Okay, it's not a budgetary, it's not a matter of making the money make sense. It's a matter of wasting the resources on criminal activity. That is totally unprecedented and psychopathic. This is a waste of resources. This is why Alan D. WAPNER, he's already out of office. Just like Ontario police, they're already done with law enforcement. These demons are aware of it as well. That's why they're obviously stalking, because they already know. They already know. They already know that it's over. The entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct, and this is evidence that I'm going to publish on the website. But this is, again, while I'm documenting, this is relevant to the pattern of conduct. And if the feds, I'm just pointing out, but I'm not going to assume anything, because the entity obviously is not aware of a whole elaborate pattern of conduct, or it is, and nobody wants to point it out. And so now I have forced everyone to address what's been going on for years. Nobody can avoid it. Nobody can deny it. So the federal government is forced to address what I'm entitled to justice for. And a part of prosecuting, a part of proving targeting, is that which is not published on the Ontario International Airport website, where I'm looking at planes second by second. I've documented on podcasts this ongoing patrolling. Every 35 seconds, another plane, which is the pattern of conduct. That's not published on their websites. There is nothing that's on the website regarding departures from the Ontario International Airport that ever includes Delta Airline flights from Terminal 2 or Terminal 4 at a frequency of every 35 to 90 seconds. That's not published on the website. Okay, the entity is engaging in targeting. The entity is very highly unintelligent. All I'm doing is teaching and also providing a means whereby the government cannot under any circumstances deny me justice. And I'm also exposing it so that everybody can witness all the ways in which a government would look for avenues to avoid providing justice to an American citizen that is fully entitled to it and fully capable of making that government prosecute for what that government is doing. And the government is engaging in targeting me while these imps of the city of Ontario are stalking in the most obvious manner. And it's also expensive, and it's also going to be painful with regard to federal prison. Because guess what else is going to be known? Who was flying in these planes? What's the name of the demon sitting in the seat of sitting in these planes while they're stalking, because they're going to prison. They're going to federal prison. And this is the evidence that is supporting removing the airport altogether. If you're engaging in this level of stalking, this level of wasted expenditures on criminal conduct that doesn't even have any legitimate purpose, just because you are trying to conspire as a whole government operation, a population of corrupt demons, pedophiles and stalkers and murderers that are conspiring against one person, all of that money, all of that manpower, all of that effort, a whole airport, that airport needs to cease to exist. Okay? In the same manner, they will not hesitate to murder people and crash those planes. They're willing to waste all this money and manpower on just stalking me, using them second by second plane activity. You're not going anywhere. They're flying over, they're doing a U-turn and flying back over again, doing a U-turn and flying back over again, doing a U-turn and flying back over. If you're engaging in that, understand that they are equally obsessed with taking the lives of American citizens that they deem to be worthy of that sort of energy, resources, time, people. Alan D. WAPNER is not derelict. This demon is not ignorant. He's a pedophile, and he knows exactly what is going on with these planes. I am subject to it, and I'm pointing out common sense bases of scrutiny. Okay, this is the evidence that is not only for a prosecution identifying targeting, but it's the evidence that's going to support removing it altogether. Since this is what the airport is used for, since this level of wasted resources of corruption is what it's being used for, remove it altogether. It's wasted resources. You will find money that the government claims doesn't exist to help with programs and people that actually need assistance, not helping the demon-possessed gang stalkers that want to steal and hoard resources from people and from causes that are worthy. Okay, these demons are keeping themselves employed. They're keeping themselves enriched. You're going to remove them altogether and remove the airport. It's not needed. It's a threat to national security. Okay, you can go with one less airport that they want to engage in. The Ontario International Airport's been engaged in kidnapping. All right, that's a basis of disbanding. It's a basis of removing an exceptionally corrupt aspect of the local government. Okay, and by the way, it's a threat to the public when you have psychopaths that are engaging in flying commercial planes. That's an unreasonable threat. That's a substantial threat. And it outweighs the purported benefit of having an airport. No, it's not a benefit when this airport is it is a source of domestic terrorism in the state of California, in the city of Ontario. All right. It is currently 1:18 a.m. and this is where the entity is stalking, maintaining flights, necessarily flying miles away from the airport, and then engaging what is rising in elevation over this intersection where they're stalking. And it's also evident of stalking because it's not published on the website. And that which is published on the website will never include hovering over this intersection, nor anything else that they're doing. They're flying miles away from the airport and then creeping down to the ground to rise up and elevate like creepers that they are. They're stalkers. They're stalkers. Can't stress it enough. They're stalkers. It is currently 1:19 a.m. This is P.
So what you're going to pay attention to, first of all, that's amplification. And second of all, it's flight west and making a sharp U-turn going back. This is just patrolling. They're engineered environment. They're doing it in this is where the entity is gang stalking. Federal stalking under Title 18. Okay. The entity is engaging in this while you're going to pay attention. You already know AMR is a gang stalker. They're psychopaths that stalk in ambulances, sitting on dark alleys, around corners, listening to me, monitoring my vagina, sounding sirens, and stalking somebody in an ambulance. Those are the mentally ill that are going to be removed from the positions that they hold. And while I'm on the north side of this same intersection, Euclid Avenue, the entity is gang stalking by flying this manner over here. They were on this side of ARCO, right? As I am now on the south side of ARCO, you're watching them pace to be on the north side of my person. Being on the south side of my person. This is what they're doing, migrating as I migrate. They're also engaging what is monitoring on the venue of the internet. They're also doing it in the specific environment. Okay, AMR represents the city of Ontario. They're contracted with the city. They're engaging in not in ambulatory services. They're engaging in late night creeping and stalking with every other demon who are recognized as the people of the state. Okay, you see that? That's a gang stalking Michael GERKEN under the fake moon, which is no longer over there. It was over by the meridian while I'm in the center. This is the fake moon moving as I move, where the city of Ontario was stalking by ambulance, stalking by fire trucks, stalking by commercial planes, migrating where I'm located in the city, which is showing the specific environment. This is the fake moon, and this is impossible. You see the trash can? You see this overlapping shadow of the trash can? This is where Michael GERKEN is stalking. Michael GERKEN is a pedophile. He's a sex offender. He's monitoring my vagina. So are the pedophiles driving AMR ambulances, American Medical Response. So are the pedophiles stalking in commercial planes. All right, moving as I move on that side of the Euclid and E Street, where I'm across the street from Starbucks right over here. As I go, what is the direction south, so do the demons who are stalking, maintaining this position of my person. And that's why they are advancing, because this is where they were flying right here. They were flying right here over the storefront, over the work boot, over this Unicare. And now because I'm over here, that's what stalking is, by the way, following.
and they're doing it in planes. All right, this is the entity that's doing so also on the internet. There's no published flights right now at 1:37, 1:38, 1:39, 1:40 a.m. None of them, nothing online. This is what the criminal conduct of the gang stalkers that are conspiring murder with the people of the state, whom they're keeping under surveillance. And I want to be clear, as you're looking at this light activity, this is the evidence of the mental illness of the demon-possessed that are gang stalking. This impossible light activity is your evidence of their mental illness, their demon possession. They're demons, and they are mentally sick. And that's the explanation behind stalking in fire trucks and ambulances and commercial planes and helicopters. It is currently 1:40 a.m. This is P.O.C. That's Ontario Police as the video at 8:47 p.m. is being published on YouTube. And they're not flying over Starbucks anymore. They're flying where I'm located, where the Ontario International Airport is also stalking with helicopters. There's a demon stalking in perfect alignment with me on the opposite end of the parking lot where the housing authority is located off of Lemon, stalking in the path with light, just like they were doing on Euclid Avenue and East Street on video, a demon aiming light at the opposite end of the street where Laurel and Euclid Avenue is. It's currently 2:06 a.m. The Ontario Police is engaged in federal stalking. And these are sex offenders that keep my vagina under surveillance. These are pedophiles, okay? The Ontario Police Department are full of pedophiles that are engaging in stalking as a population, all right? And this population happens to be a corrupt police department that's a bunch of pedophiles gang stalking. And that's what's going to be disbanded. This is federal stalking at 2:06 a.m. in the Engineer Light, the same criminal conduct that you see the Ontario International Airport engaging in, targeting at the same venue, 415 South Euclid Avenue. While the video, 8:47 and 16 seconds, this video is being published, and this is where the Ontario Police are stalking me with helicopter in the specific environment. The fake moon moved as I moved. The gang stalking by the Ontario International Airport moved as I moved. The Ontario Police Department moved as I moved, while the people of the state are stalking. A bunch of demons who are psychopaths, pedophiles stalking in the middle of the night, aiming light like freak weirdos, sitting around aiming light at me. Those are demons. This is P.O.C. It's 2:07 a.m. This is federal stalking. This is the entity that's when you're thinking of the pedophiles who are going to federal prison, you remember the following pedophiles because they're all going to federal prison: Alex Escobar, L. Edwards, A. Quesada, the entity that is engaging in kidnapping that includes C. Hazelwood. These are pedophiles who are going to federal prison. They're gang stalking as a department. That's what the Ontario Police is doing right now. And so is Officer Owens, another pedophile. These demons are gang stalking, and sexual violence is inherent to the pattern of conduct. These are pedophiles that commit sexual violence against children as an entity. And this is why they're the co-defendant of Tracy Banks. She is a pedophile. The people of the state are violent sex offenders. They engage in pedophile as an entity. And this is why the Ontario Police is stalking right now. These pedophiles are up at 2 o'clock in the morning. Do you know what Nathan Morgan is doing on May 29, 2025? He's engaging in gang stalking with this department that's up at 2 o'clock in the morning, stalking me and following at where it is that I'm located and keeping me under surveillance, not responding to a legitimate call of emergency. The Ontario Police engaged in making up information along with their co-defendant. Both of them pedophiles. The entity is a pedophile. This is the entity that engaged in kidnapping on May 29th. These pedophiles engaged in manufacturing information together to engage in kidnapping together. That's what Nathan Morgan is engaging in. He's going to federal prison. So is B. Hook, C. Torres, and L. Martinez. These are the demons that are gang stalking as an entire department. Pay attention to this helicopter activity, because they're engaging in this while I'm publishing the video evidence. And this is what the entity is always engaging in. They are always engaging in the same pattern. That's why it's called a pattern of conduct. They're always engaging in the same pattern of conduct. Okay, the video evidence is uploading at 1:37 and 23 seconds for August 12th. The entity is monitoring that. The entity is uploading, the entity is monitoring the video documentation uploading to the Google Drive for August 12, 2025. That's federal stalking. The entity is monitoring while the video that I documented that took over an hour and a half to upload, because the Ontario Police, the pedophiles that are stalking at 2 o'clock in the morning, many of whom, these pedophiles that are going to federal prison, the names that I just mentioned, because those pedophiles committed kidnapping while they're stalking, like the department is engaging in right now, which they're doing ceaselessly. with the pedophiles that are creeping on dark streets and alleys, aiming light at me, stalking, demons, monitoring. This is P.O.C. The gang stalking immigrants at Economy Inn, they're going to federal prison. They committed kidnapping with this department. The demons that are gang stalking at Economy Inn, all 45 rooms engaging in surveillance with these demons who are stalking at that hotel under the fake sun and under the fake moon, doing exactly what the demons are doing right here where I'm located on Euclid Avenue, where I'm outside and I can show you what the gang stalking pedophiles of the Ontario Police Department are doing 24 hours a day. And sex offenders like C. Hazelwood are going to federal prison. He is on video, so you can see this sex offender, this pedophile. His image is captured on video, gang stalking on June 11, 2025, engaging in criminal summoning. And he's also documented engaging in what is attempted kidnapping pursuant to criminal summoning on July 15, 2025. He's going to federal prison. This is another pedophile whose name you know. The pedophiles that are going under the name of Ontario Police are being disbanded. They're engaging in federal stalking at 2:10 a.m., flying over the venue, the establishment that I'm sitting at, while they're stalking by helicopter. The maintenance of that helicopter activity is speaking to demonic pacing. And these are the demons that engaged in what is stealing my property, stealing my money, stealing my real property, doing so through a secret conservatorship, seeking to criminally defame my character, which the pedophiles of the Ontario Police. This is what they're doing. They're stalking and engaging in criminal defamation and doing so. And gang stalking was supposed to be a distraction from the theft of property that this government committed. The Ontario Police are being disbanded for engaging in what is theft of my real property and my personal property and intellectual property committed as an entity with the intent to obstruct justice. This gang stalking system is why they are engaging in it, because the entity, the government, sought to steal my money. And the Ontario Police, the pedophiles that are stalking in a helicopter, under the pedophile Paul Leon, he's being removed from office for this very conduct that's occurring at 2:11 in the morning, where surveillance is underway. And this ongoing obsessive stalking by these pedophiles calling themselves an Ontario Police Department, they're engaging in it because they've committed theft of my property, theft of my money. And then they sought to conspire my murder so that they could avoid being exposed for it, avoid consequences for it, avoid being exposed for engaging in theft committed as a corrupt government act. That's what's relevant to the pedophile stalking in helicopter right now. And they're doing so at 415 South Euclid Avenue. The video where the Ontario International Airport is targeting, where that fake moon, you see it moving on the opposite side of the ARCO, is no longer on the north side of the ARCO. It's on the south side of the ARCO, while I'm on the south side of the ARCO, which is where the demons are migrating with planes, engaging in what is commercial flights that are not published on the website, pursuant to stalking by helicopters, pedophiles of the Ontario Police that engaged in theft of my money and property and conspired my murder. And that's why C. Hazelwood's engaging in attempted kidnapping on July 15, 2025. He's going to federal prison. That's why Nathan Morgan and C. Torres, L. Martinez, and B. Hook are engaging in what is criminal defamation, kidnapping with Tracy Banks, because they stole my money, stole my property. And Tracy Banks maintained a secret conservatorship, kidnapping and defaming me with the Ontario Police Department, these pedophiles that are stalking in the middle of the night. Because gang stalking and conspiring my murder was supposed to be the criminal act that you were never aware of, and you would never be the wiser regarding money and property that was stolen from me. And they're demons that committed that. And the demons whose name you know, the pedophile whose name you know, Alan D. Wapner, while ongoing flights are underway and none of it is on the website whatsoever, this is the entity that engages in nothing other than what they know. More gang stalking, as the evidence of them gang stalking is published on the internet. That's the P.O.C. Now you be mindful, always be cognizant of the fact that this is mental illness exposed. The mental illness of pedophiles who commit murder to get away with theft of money and property. That's what Mike LORENZ is being removed from office for. Alan D. Wapner. The gang stalking companies like Delta Airlines, Frontier Airlines, by the way, have no published flights on the venue of the internet tonight, where they're stalking me where I'm located under a fake moon. Those are the demons conspiring my murder because the entity stole money and property from me, which is what the government is regularly practicing with the corrupt population that includes demons and pedophiles like Tracy Banks. They're going to federal prison. The Ontario Police is being disbanded. The entity is doing so while I'm publishing online right now, which I'm going to publish It's 2:14 a.m. The moment that I start editing in the description box, that's when the entity starts sounding helicopter activity. The helicopter activity is happening at the location where I have moved at, 415 South Euclid Avenue, south of the ARCO, which is where the fake moon moved, which is where the plane activity is now concentrated, which is where the helicopter activity is centered around me. Just like you see on video at Economy Inn, just like you see on video at Tracy Banks' apartment where she's gang stalking by residents. And she's also the same defendant that's a pedophile engaging in theft of my money and property, using a secret conservatorship, and repeatedly kidnapping with the pedophiles who are the Ontario Police Department. This is the ongoing tragic demise of a bunch of demons that engaged in what is the use of witchcraft while they're engaging in criminal activity, for which they're going to be disbanded for. This is P.O.C. This is the entity that's engaged in that pattern of conduct. So let me go ahead and show you. Flying right over me repeatedly. Let me move my finger. Flying right over me repeatedly. This is where I'm publishing video evidence on my communication device, which is being kept under surveillance. This is where the entity is moving the fake moon. Let me get my finger out the way, sorry. This is where the entity is moving the fake moon. This is where the entity is monitoring on my devices. And this is where I am publishing on the video of the internet. There is no mystery about what the criminal conduct of the pedophiles of the Ontario Police Department are engaging in. And the pedophiles that I'm documenting by name, these are pedophiles that are stalking. The entity practices pedophilia while they're engaging in gang stalking. These are sex offenders that are engaged in surveillance, conspiring, murder. Demons that stalk with light. That's a psychopath. That's also a pedophile. Okay? They engage in sexual violence while this Jezebel spirit, these demon-possessed, this is a Jezebel spirit, it's a perverted sexual spirit. Pedophilia is inherent to the gang stalkers that are engaged in targeting, and that's what the Ontario Police Department practice. While these sex offenders are stalking me by helicopter, they're doing it with real-time knowledge about what it is that I'm publishing on the video of the internet, and they're doing it in the specific environment. They're doing it while they have failed at secretly stalking me and monitoring me and kidnapping me, and it not being anything other than the ongoing motivation behind the entity that stole my money and property, knowing who I am and keeping me under surveillance for years, conspiring my murder with demons like Tracy Banks, pedophiles like Tracy Banks, the entity that is engaging in stalking as a whole government operation. And the entity is doing so while I am publishing this video. All right, now you're paying attention to when I'm on the north side of ARCO, where Starbucks is right here on the north side of East Street. That's where the demons are targeting helicopter activity. The entity is flying over my head repeatedly, as you can hear on the podcast, because I'm simultaneously capturing podcasts, flying right here, flying in circles. I'm capturing it so you can visibly see it, and this is where the demons are stalking with commercial planes. This level of desperation, this level of open terrorism, the entity is no longer secretly gang stalking. The entity is doing so, and you need to know that they're gang stalking because this entity stole all of my money, and the entity gang stalking courts, corrupt judges, corrupt attorneys, corrupt medical professionals who have never met me, and those who have made up information about my mental illness that does not exist because they sought to steal property from me. They're doing so with the gang stalkers, the pedophiles of the Ontario Police, the sex offenders, the gang stalkers like Tracy Banks that are engaging in gang stalking as a whole city effort. And they're demons that engage in stalking under fake moons and fake suns. That's not even the moon. That's not the natural environment. This is not the natural environment whatsoever. This is impossible light activity, and these are the demon-possessed that are mentally ill, and they're violent sex offenders. They are pedophiles, and they're engaged in targeting me. All right, and they're engaged in surveillance, and they're openly doing it. Understand what you're witnessing. This impunity, this open terrorism is exactly why the sex offenders that are in positions of leadership in Ontario are being removed from the positions that they hold. And just like I stated, the gang stalking by the people of the state is exactly why the Ontario Police Department is being disbanded. Apart from what is the fully and open exposure of their stalking me as a department. Their knowledge about what's going on my devices, they're also obsessed with my vagina. And so are the people of the state. It is 2 in the morning, 2:18 in the morning, and they are stalking. This is P.O.C. All right, capturing video just so that you can see a visual of what you heard, prolonged helicopter activity. So I got up real quick and captured video because that's when the entity flies off. With the moment that you see a visual, those are the demons that know that they're being documented. Run the tape back. The entity is engaging in obvious stalking as well because they are being documented engaging in open acts of terrorism. They are also obsessed with my vagina. They're also openly exposing the fact that they're obsessed with my vagina. These are also pedophiles that are a part of a police department engaging in what is conspiring my murder because these pedophiles with Tracy Banks, with the state, engaged in theft of my money and property. They're demons that are stalking in the specific environment pursuant to knowledge about what I'm publishing on the internet. It does not stop me from publishing it on the internet, but you need to be be aware of the pattern of conduct of criminal surveillance and psychopaths that act with the intent to psychologically torture and threaten an American citizen that is exposing it. That's going to inform federal policy. And the gang stalking pedophiles whose names I've identified, for example, those that engage in kidnapping thus far in 2025, those pedophiles are going to federal prison. And this ongoing impunity is relevant to how many years they're getting in federal prison. Because this is the criminal conduct that they were engaging in. They were not engaged in law enforcement. The entity's been keeping me under surveillance because this government stole my money and property. And then they gang stalked me to try to kill me, using witchcraft as well to psychologically torture me as well, in order that no one would ever know about it. That's the malice behind the pedophiles of the Ontario Police stalking in a helicopter at 2 o'clock in the morning. This is P.O.C. The entity is engaged in this. So I am, again, publishing the video evidence of the Ontario International Airport. That's the entity threatening your life while you document the people of the state, while you document the entity, and the entity engages in what is ongoing threatening conduct because of your documentation. With knowledge of that documentation, that's also a concession that they're engaging in surveillance. And this is the entity openly engaging in surveillance. Nobody is gang stalking under any mystery or any secretive circumstances whatsoever. The Ontario Police Department have proven the fact that they have no regard for the Constitution, that they are openly engaging in what is this targeting system amongst an entity of pedophiles that are practicing this gang stalking system, and sexual violence is inherent to this gang stalking system. Those that are being exposed and prosecuted, you're going to find that they're pedophiles. Okay, you're going to find them engaging in sexual violence, and they focus on minor children. And the Ontario Police Department is a part of that. They facilitate that. They protect that sexual violence, that criminal system. That's why they're gang stalking me in the middle of the night. Because that's exactly what I'm exposing, what they are engaging, what they're guilty of. They are indeed pedophiles. This is pedophilia practiced as an entity. And this is a sexually perverted system that the state of California, the city of Ontario, is practicing. And these pedophiles have conspired my death while they thought to conspire to steal my money and property and get away with it by committing murder. And gang stalking is that which is committed in furtherance of accomplishing murder. That's exactly what the Ontario Police intended. They're still stalking. That's exactly what the Ontario Police intend. But I want to be clear, they're doing it in front of the whole world. Okay? They're not secretly gang stalking at all. This is nothing other than targeting, nothing other than that. And this is relevant to the mental illness that's been present that I spoke of years ago. Okay? And now it's proven in a body of evidence, tangible evidence, open corruption, open targeting, open monitoring by pedophiles. That's also open knowledge by the entity that is being exposed for this criminal system. It is currently, every license plate that I document, you need to understand that these are pedophiles. All right, these are sex offenders. It is currently 2:22 a.m. and the entity is engaging in these desperate acts of this desperation is shown through the open engagement. This is supposed to be a secret system of corruption. The entity is engaged in open terrorism because they've been forced to terrorize and stalk me in front of everyone, and that's relevant to prosecution. Okay, that's relevant to the entity that's been targeting the entire time. This is P.O.C. It is currently 2:22 a.m. and this is relevant to federal stalking on the video of the internet. What I'm doing on YouTube is under surveillance. YouTube is going to be prosecuted. YouTube is a third party that's removing evidence while my life is under threat. YouTube has engaged in removing evidence that is relevant to the same criminal pattern of conduct. I'm going to prosecute them. YouTube is not ignorantly engaging in that. And you can feign ignorance, you can claim ignorance all you want. You are reasonably informed when the purpose of my channel is on the front of it, and the prolonged existence on this channel and in the severity of the subject. There is nothing that is under any circumstances suggesting that I'm joking, that I'm lying, that I'm making it up, that the entity is engaging in what is removing evidence while that's a threat to my life. I'm going to prosecute YouTube for that. YouTube is maliciously acting. There is a body of evidence showing that YouTube has been targeting me as a part of the pattern of conduct, even outside of what their own so-called guidelines explicitly state, the reasons for their removing evidence. I'm going to prosecute them. It's criminal activity. It's criminal. They are helping these pedophiles that are stalking me in the middle of the night, psychologically torturing me, and then YouTube removes the evidence. Publishing on the video of the internet is a crucial and integral aspect with regard to exposing corruption by the government that kidnaps you and murders you to conceal it. I'm going to prosecute YouTube. You want to protect terrorism? You want to protect terrorists? You want to protect pedophiles? You want to protect stalkers? You want to protect murderers? I'm going to prosecute you for that because that's an unlawful threat to my life. And you are not ignorantly doing that. You are directly engaging it with knowledge. You are on notice. It's the same way that you want to go through and dice through my videos and talk about somebody's personal information, which is an illusion, because they're violating my privacy while they're going through and talking about the privacy of the gang stalker. When surveillance is underway, they are operating under that illusion. YouTube is engaging in surveillance. They're a third party. They are operating under this illusion. They are maliciously targeting, in other words, and they're engaging in facilitation, and they're threatening my life in doing so. I'm going to prosecute them. They are causing harm. They are adding to the psychological torture that I'm subject to. They're adding to the threat and the stress of that threat that you're listening to me experience as I am documenting and prosecuting. YouTube is waging an unlawful and unreasonable threat and speaking to what is facilitating this violence that I remain subject to while my privacy is being violated. And you're talking about the privacy of the criminals. I'm letting you know about what they are engaging in, and you're talking about what is a greater purpose. There is no way to maintain privacy when I'm exposing criminal activity. That is a tangent. While they are, by the way, maliciously removing my evidence for the evidence of the fake son, because that's what YouTube has engaged in before. The evidence of the fake son, when nobody's privacy is being violated under the fake son. With regard to what YouTube would like to feign is the purpose of their focusing on my evidence. I'm going to prosecute YouTube with the criminal activity of the pedophiles of the Ontario Police Department. And that's how pedophiles that are engaging in stalking openly serve my purposes of prosecuting the entire entity. Because this is exactly why I'm going to prosecute YouTube, a third-party gang stalker on the venue of the internet, facilitating this system that is underway on the internet. This is P.O.C. It is currently 2:26 a.m. The entity is engaging what is flying in circles over me at this venue, and the moment that I capture it visibly, those demons fly away. That's pursuant to real-time knowledge. They're doing so in the specific environment. They are stalking me as I move from where I was located at the Starbucks, and now they're flying in circles over me, and they're doing it at the moment that I begin publishing the video that I'm going to continuously publish right now. The Ontario Police Department is the reason for the deportation of American citizens from the state of California from this country. They're the reasons for the federal imprisonment of the people of the state. They're the reason for the criminal activity of minor children. They are the reason for the entity that is going to be placed on the map for domestic terrorism, and understanding how the demon-possessed are a threat to the public and why they have no position in law enforcement. They are going to be removed and have no business in law enforcement, and they will be permanently removed from law enforcement. It is currently 2:26 a.m. This is Tracy Banks' co-defendant. Tracy Banks is going to federal prison. Tracy Banks engaged in what is stealing my property, my real property, my intellectual property, my personal property, and her co-defendants are out at 2 o'clock in the morning stalking me, and that's what she relied on, making it seem as though she is a loving mother that's not defaming her daughter, whom she's not obsessed with, whose vagina that she's not worshiping, who she's not summoning demonic spirits on that are going back to attack her, and who she is not obsessively worshiping and wants to be me. Her co-defendant is stalking me at 2 o'clock in the morning, and she's going to federal prison. Tracy Banks' obsession with me and the Ontario Police Department's obsession with me is putting Tracy Banks in federal prison. This is P.O.C. It is currently 2:20. $2:31 a.m. That is the Ontario International Airport. That is, again, flying south of my person because I moved. So that plane activity moved as I moved. And they're monitoring, with regard to the elements of monitoring, they are keeping under surveillance, and they're also the ongoing intent to harass and terrorize, just like the Ontario Police, as the video evidence that they are frustrated and hostile to being published online, and it's still going on the internet. And the demons, the pedophiles that are gang stalking in planes and helicopters, are serving for the prosecution of the pedophiles who are also the people of the state while I'm publishing this evidence online. This is 2:32 a.m. The entity is engaging in openly gang stalking, and that's the whole purpose, so that it's no longer a mystery, it's no longer secretly underway, and the demon-possessed who are violent sex offenders, practicing pedophilia, practicing a satanic targeting system, doing so while targeting me because these pedophiles stole my money and property, and they tried to engage in murdering me by keeping me subject to this system and then removing me from existence altogether. This is what is behind the motivation behind gang stalking by commercial planes in the city of Ontario, where they're engaging in surveillance. This is also relevant to what is the entity that is harassing and monitoring while I am publishing the evidence. And you are witnessing open gang stalking, which is no longer secretly happening. And it's happening in plain view for the whole world to witness regarding the truth of what I stated on day one. And every defamatory word that came out of Tracy Banks's mouth, she's acting maliciously. She's speaking maliciously. Remember, all the people of the state that are engaging in defamation, this is the key aspect of the pattern of conduct where demons are supposed to be engaging in targeting you in a way that you're not supposed to be aware of. Well, now they're doing it in plain view, right in front of your face. Everybody is witnessing it, and you're going to be prosecuted for criminal defamation. 2:33 a.m. I just want to be clear. On the website, the entity as of August 12th, the earliest flight is at 12:15 a.m. It's 2:33 a.m. No other flights until 7:45 a.m., which would be Southwest Airlines, going to what is Sacramento. With regard to, and that's 2:33 a.m. right now. On August 12th, there are no flights at all whatsoever. The earliest flight will be at 5:05 a.m. by United Airlines at Gate 201, which, by the way, will never include hovering over the Metro 102 apartments at 102 Lemon Avenue, nor hovering over the Philadelphia and Euclid Avenue intersection, where United Airlines engaged in targeting me as well, nearest the 60 freeway yesterday morning, in the same way that the Ontario International Airport is targeting now, which is also proven because there are no published flights where the entity is flying miles away from the airport and then hovering over this street where the fake moon is over me, and while I'm publishing videos about the Ontario International Airport, gang stalking me. There are no published flights at all. The next flight is on August 12, 2025 at 5:05 a.m. Like I stated, in the next, that's a departure. With regard to arrivals, the last flight was at 1:19 p.m. That's what they published online. 12:15 a.m. on August 12th, Alaska Airlines out of Terminal 2. The next flight is 7:45 a.m. That's what's published on the website. But as you're witnessing, that is not what the Ontario International Airport, that is not what the entity that is gang stalking is engaging in. Okay? This is criminal conduct and exposing all manner of targeting. Okay, and it's also relevant to targeting while the entity is monitoring the evidence that is being uploaded onto the video of the internet, where the entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct while the pattern of conduct is already proven, while the pattern of conduct is being published on the video of the internet. The entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct in real time. Okay, it is currently 2:35 a.m. This is the criminal conduct of the city of Ontario. Tracy Banks is co-defendant. She's going to federal prison. So is her sex partners. The gang stalking demons that are part of law enforcement that she's been having sex rituals with, she's been engaged in sexual activity, they're going to federal prison as well. They shared in stealing my property as well. They share in pedophilia, trafficking children, having sex with children, violating children. Tracy Banks is co-defendants. They're going to federal prison. They all invested in stealing my money and property. And they're openly gang stalking now, using planes and helicopters. That's speaking to Tracy Banks' sex partners who are in government, abusing government positions, abusing government resources, which is expanding outside of Ontario, California as well. So I just want to be clear, it's 2:36 a.m. where the entity is concentrating aerial surveillance, and the pedophiles who are gang stalking via traffic and on foot. These demons are walking around monitoring me on foot, and they're maintaining traffic, which is a means of surveillance. The entire city of Ontario is keeping me under surveillance. I am the focal point here while these demons failed in a sacrifice. And these pedophiles are going to answer to Satan. They're also going to, because they were incapable of cashing in on the sacrifice, which was me, they're going to answer actually to Christ Jesus for that, and for engaging in that sort of violation. But they're also going to serve what is the penalties in a federal prosecution. Okay, this is a failed sacrifice, and it's an embarrassing failed sacrifice while they're openly gang stalking. It does not get any richer with regard to evidence in front of a federal judge that wants evidence than the pedophiles of the Ontario police flying in circles over me on yet another night while I'm publishing evidence on the video of the internet, and while it's also coexisting with what is all of the Ontario Police Department's co-defendants gang stalking me with them. The kidnappers at Starbucks, the kidnappers at Economy Inn, the kidnappers who are Tracy Banks at Woodside Senior Apartments, the entity that's engaging in what is the pattern of conduct, the kidnappers at the OVITT Family Community Library. The entity that's engaging in the pattern of conduct even outside of the city of Ontario is the same P.O.C. that the city of Ontario is engaging in. And they're being disbanded for it. It is currently 2:37 a.m. The Ontario International Airport engaging in what are flights over me, moving where I move, pursuant to what are the absence of any evidence of it, no published information on the website, which is already published on the Google Drive, where you will see that's the evidence that these demons are keeping under surveillance, and that's why they're harassing me right now. And I'm going to prosecute YouTube for threatening my life and safety, for removing my evidence while I remain subject to this threat, which they are very much aware of, while they're dissecting my videos and looking for ways to remove evidence that is speaking to a real-time threat to my life, which no third party on the video of the internet is ever going to commit. What YouTube is doing, YouTube is going to be an example. I'm going to prosecute them civilly and criminally. This is P.O.C. All right, it's 2:48 a.m. on August 12, 2025 on flyontario.com, the Ontario International Airport website. There is absolutely no flight information regarding any flights, no airlines maintaining any flights whatsoever actually at this time. There is no flights with regard to arrivals at the Ontario International Airport until 7:45 a.m. It's currently 2:48 a.m. where the entity is hovering over, creating the sound of plane activity as though they are taking off or landing right here at the intersection of what is now, they're flying over the intersection of D Street and Euclid, where I have moved south of where I was located, and they were flying over the intersection of E Street and Euclid. The entity, there is also no planes that are, no arrivals or departures, no departures specifically. There's no arrivals, and there are no departures as of August 12, 2025 until 5:05 a.m. Okay, and that first one would be United Airlines. The entity is monitoring my internet activity. I am publishing onto the Google Drive all the videos that the entity gave me with regard to evidence. This is evidence with regard to the failed sacrifice. Remember, the entity is gang stalking because this is supposed to be the spiritual demonic activity of attacking the mind of a target individual. You're supposed to be wearing them down. They're supposed to be defeated. You're supposed to accomplish mind control. This is what the demons are engaging in the spirit. These are inferior imps. Not only that, they're being proven as terrorists, stalking, targeting, and it's government action with a population, and they're also engaging in it while I'm showing you the evidence, the absence of any of this plane activity, of this air traffic, of the operations of this Ontario International Airport. None of it is on the video of the internet, and neither are there any arrivals nor departures from that 2500 Airport Drive over here at the Glorias Cochinas, 333 North Euclid Avenue, where the entity is hovering over that intersection, which is moving as I move on Euclid Avenue. It's also where the fake moon is and where ongoing engineer light. That's another flight at 2:50 a.m. competing with my voice. That's speaking to amplification. That's speaking to a hovering aircraft. The same targeting that you're seeing Delta Airlines, United Airlines, UPS, all these airlines engaging in. While I am publishing the evidence, the entity engages in more the creation of more evidence. And that is speaking to the wealth of evidence that I have acquired, proving the pattern of conduct of gang stalking by the United States government in the state of California, currently by the city of Ontario. That's how I have thousands of video evidence proving that the demon possessed, that's what's wrong with them, while they're engaging in criminal activity, which is targeting as an entity that is demon possessed and mentally ill, and they conspire against the lives of American citizens. In my circumstance, the entity has stolen money and property from me, personal and real property, and also intellectual property, and the entity has engaged in gang stalking me with the attempt to engage in what is murdering me in order to get away with what they have already stolen, to steal more of it and not answer for that criminal conduct. They're not getting away with that, and they're also not getting away with gang stalking, which is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. This is the entity's pattern. As I document, the psychopaths engage in more and more criminal conduct of the same obvious criminal nature. This is what the entity is doing while they are clearly targeting in the location, where they're clearly targeting using commercial planes, and they're also targeting where there is an absence of any flights arriving nor departing from the airport at all, and they're doing so with the frequency that you're also going to pay attention to. The more that I document, the more that the mentally ill replicate, engage in that conduct. This is how I'm getting flights flights that are patrolling. These are demons that are pacing every 30 to 90 seconds over and over and over again. As I speak about the Ontario police that are done with law enforcement, so flies a helicopter of the Ontario Police Department over my head, under what is the fake sun during the day, the fake moon at night, amongst impossible light activity that you've seen. These are the demon possessed that engage in exhibiting mental illness while they're targeting in a manner that they have been surrounded with, proven by evidence, in order to prosecute what is terrorism in the United States. It's currently 2:52 p.m. This is the third one. This is another one right here. The entity is engaged in federal stalking. This is relevant to the federal RICO case and all the kidnappers, which include the Ontario International Airport. They are gang stalking with the Ontario Police as they are monitoring, and while they're monitoring, they engage in what is gang stalking using commercial planes. This is the evidence that is supporting the removal of the Ontario International Airport that's committed to terrorism, not the legitimate use of an airport throughout the city. This is 2:52 a.m. This is 3 planes within 4 minutes. That's audible activity, relevant positioning, and ongoing light activity while the people of the state are stalking in the path. Literally while I'm this is light activity while they're monitoring me, but the entity is maintaining the elements of monitoring and clearly targeting by hovering over this intersection, moving as I move. And these are the demons that are obsessed with my vagina. These are pedophiles, and these are demons who are mentally sick, psychopathic behavior, and wildly corrupt conduct that is going to result in the necessary removal of the demons, the pedophiles, the terrorists that are in position. It includes Mike LORENZ, Michael GERKEN, Alan D. WAPNER, and Paul Leon, and everyone else that's on that corrupt gang stalking city of Ontario City Council, by the way. But these are the demons that are currently in the position at the tops of these departments where I'm exposing them, engaging and targeting me, and using the corrupt government resources to engage, using the resources in a corrupt manner to engage in targeting me. And that's why you have plane activity at 2:53 a.m. miles away from the airport where you're not conducting any landings or any takeoffs over here. There's also no flights whatsoever published on the website. This is the ongoing P.O.C, however. It is currently 2:54 a.m. That's the pattern of conduct. That's, again, within 4 minutes, three planes. That's the entity that's pacing. The more that I document, the more that the mental illness is shown. You're paying attention. The more that the demons are documented, the more I speak the truth to you, expose the demon-possessed, the mentally ill, that is, the more that they engage in their psychopathic conduct. Okay, that's P.O.C. That's relevant to the murders that this entity commits. It's relevant to the pedophilia that this entity is engaged in. That's relevant to the obsessive stalking that they are committing even in real time while I document. And the demon-possessed they are hostile to that. They are enraged by that. And that's the psychopath that engages in this criminal conduct. Okay, and this is no longer closeted mental illness, and this is the co-defendant of Tracy Banks. She actually conspired with these psychopaths, these intellectually impotent, these incompetent stalkers that cannot control themselves. She's going to federal prison, and so is every other gang stalker that defamed my character upon stealing property from me, conspiring against me because they all want to take my money and my property. And this is the entity that is gang stalking in furtherance of that, which they're not going to accomplish, and they're going to federal prison for it. It's 2:55 a.m. This is P.O.C. So I just want to document the entity is more obsessed with what is slowing down videos that are going on the internet. But it's going on the internet. All of my documentation always goes on the internet. But this is the entity that will engage in ongoing criminal conduct in front of everyone. While they will not be engaged in any secret murder, there's not going to be any secret kidnapping. The entity is engaged in criminal conduct in front of the entire nation, in front of everyone. But I want to be clear, their focus is slowing down the internet on the ARCO Wi-Fi. This is surveillance. The video that is captured at 2:15 a.m. with regard to the Ontario Police Department stalking. This is what the entity is engaging in the elements of monitoring for. This is what they are obsessively consumed with, regardless of the fact that I am simultaneously capturing a pattern of conduct to prosecute the government, the corrupt heads of these departments, the people of the state, the kidnappers, the sex offenders, the entity that is engaging in targeting as an entity. This is what the entity is focused on, however, so I want to document that. This is relevant to surveillance in violation of the federal stalking statute, Title 18. This is what the entity is more so focused upon, rather than, again, and it's what you're paying attention to is that the entity is completely disregarding the laws. This sentiment is shared by gang stalking immigrants. These are demons that are obsessively consumed with gang stalking and targeting, and they're doing so when this is a failed sacrifice. They're not accomplishing their purpose. And slowing down the internet, it's still going to go on the internet. This is, again, a failure to appreciate the bigger picture. You're not dealing with rational beings, though. You're dealing with demonic spirits that are within bodies who are engaging in mentally depraved and demented conduct with regard to identifying mental illness, that are engaging in the ongoing execution of a criminal system in furtherance of murder. That's what's behind this irrational conduct when you are focused on one small little thing and there's a whole bigger picture. There's thousands of videos. It's going on the internet, and regardless, while you're engaging in it, it's being captured. The entity is supposed to be gang stalking in secret. This is the entity's totally failed in every regard, and it's also a failed sacrifice. Okay, the entities engage in this pattern of conduct, the impunity of the government, the impunity of the population. Always be mindful of that. Okay, this is what I want you to focus on while you're looking at what is no longer secretly happening at all. Openly engaging in terrorism. It is not a mystery. It is not a secret. What's going on in the city of Ontario is going on through the entire state of California. Every law enforcement agency is stalking with the same level of disregard of the law that the Ontario Police Department exhibit. And the same population that acts with that corrupt law enforcement agency. This is a population of psychopaths who commit murder systematically, organized crime, as opposed to a civilized society. Okay, they engage in what is playing cops and robbers. When you're looking at them engaging in police chases on the freeways, when you're looking at them, oh, we cracked a case, we got trafficking, we found this and we discovered that, and they're funneling drugs, and they're playing cops and robbers. The entity in California, they're engaging in surveillance. They know what the people of the state are engaging in with regard to their criminal conduct. They're keeping everything and everyone under surveillance. And the people of the state are a part of that surveillance system. They are playing cops and robbers, and they are showing you that they are entirely malicious. They commit murders, and then they feign ignorance. Then they call themselves, in order to keep themselves employed, conducting investigations where they are disingenuous and dishonest about what is happening to American citizens, whom they are specifically engaged in targeting and murdering, kidnapping, defaming, and doing so, and stealing from, like this entity did against me, conspired against me, rather. This is a failed sacrifice, and it's the simultaneous exposure of criminal surveillance, which the Ontario International Airport is openly showing to you how the gang stalkers that are flying commercial planes are actually committing murder in this country while they're engaging in acts of terrorism, and it's reported on the news as tragic accidents that are discussed in hearings. Okay, they are engaging in targeting, and it's the same level of impunity. Cold-blooded murder by the masses is committed by demons that commit gang stalking. With this level of impunity, they care not that they're being documented. They're still engaged. They're focused on one video that's going onto the internet, one video amongst thousands of others that are already on the internet, where everybody knows what the city of Ontario is doing and who they are targeting. Everybody already knows it. It's all over the internet. It is currently 3 a.m. This is P.O.C. It's federal stalking. 3:03 a.m. With regard to the ARCO Wi-Fi network, logging on and off, P.O.C. It's federal stalking. That's the entity monitoring the ARCO guest disconnecting from a temporary disconnection, which is a means of monitoring, slowing down the internet as it uploads. If it uploads too quickly, or if it uploads quickly at all, because there's no such thing, they don't want it to upload at all, then they will stall the Wi-Fi. This is what they're doing, and as it starts speeding up, this is what's significant about the obvious stalking. I'm documenting based on the tangible evidence of what is stalking by the government using planes. They're engaging in the elements of monitoring, in the engineered light, the noise, and the presence in the engineered environment, and which you are able to identify under things like a fake sun and a fake moon. This is affecting internet operation. It's affecting devices. So they are effectively interfering with the upload of the evidence. And they are literally focused on one video at a time amongst thousands of videos. This is how the entity is engaging in what is a failed sacrifice, where it's a failed sacrifice with regard to the entity facing a return to sender, a massive return to sender, but not only that, with regard to a prosecution, and the entity is focused on one video. That's how fearful the demons are, but it's also speaking to how delusional they are. The entity is one video at a time, and I always get, you see on a daily basis, I always get all the evidence up all the time. So you are actually gaining what? Because I'm capturing substantial evidence. All of these hours of documentation, it's all going on the internet. All going on the internet for the world to have forever. A record of terrorism, domestic terrorism by the United States government, and while they're focused on one video amongst thousands that are already online, and I get a wealth of evidence confirming, and you understanding and studying, and also paying attention to, again, what is It is also extraordinary, as I am one person documenting it, but you're paying attention to mental illness. You're studying what is it that I'm doing, what is it that the entity is doing in response. This is telling you about the human the level of disturbance that these humans who are of a very specific sickness, what they suffer from and how they behave, and their criminal activity and how they're engaging in their criminal activity, what they know while they engage in their criminal activity, what their purpose is behind their criminal activity as they commit it. Remember, it's monitoring. Ceaselessly, the system is underway, but they're engaging in the elements of monitoring pursuant to what it is that I'm doing. The noise creation, the light activity creation, presence in the path, demons showing up out of nowhere. They are always in a position, they're always lying in wait. There's always a demon around for whatever purposes of whatever it is that I might do. That's psychopathic, and this is the entity that's acting pursuant to planes and helicopters. Okay? And they're doing so focus on slowing down internet. This is federal stalking conduct, which ARCO is being prosecuted for. The state is being prosecuted for, but I'm on the ARCO network where ongoing federal stalking is underway. The government is monitoring, interfering with evidence against itself. The people of the state are stalking at the gas station. They're on surveillance cameras. They're engaging in transactions at the gas station. They're sitting around stalking while the entity is stalking me with helicopters and commercial planes. They can go back home all they want. There's no anonymity. The entire entity is going to be prosecuted. There are people that are going to federal prison. They're going to federal prison. They're not getting out because this is the criminal conduct that they commit as an entity. When I'm documenting license plates, I'm identifying for you a pedophile, another one, and another one, and another one. These are the pedophiles that are stalking in the middle of the night while the entity is maintaining aerial surveillance using the very expensive means of commercial planes and helicopters while they are trying to slow down the internet for one video. Meanwhile, I'm getting hours and hours, video after video of evidence further corroborating what is already a completed prosecution, both in court and on the internet for the world to witness. And this is the entity that is, again, mentally sick and focused on one small little thing, incapable, all of them together, incapable of recognizing when a failed sacrifice, maybe you should stop here. It's not helping your purposes. You're going to be accountable in a courtroom where you're going to have to answer. They don't think about that. They're thinking about the here and now. And the here and now is also their demise. There is no here and now that is serving the demons that are gang stalking at all. This is mental illness that I'm being confronted with. This is mental illness with regard to what an American citizen has a right to not be subject to. It is mental illness that the government is exhibiting while it's targeting American citizens and trying to project mental illness on those targeted individuals. That's what's requiring that the laws change in the country. Alan D. Wapner's mental illness, demons that are flying these commercial planes, demons that are working for police departments, stalking in helicopters, demons that are stalking as a population in the middle of the night, in all manner of a cartoon environment. This is necessitating the change of the laws in this country. Okay, it is currently 3:08 a.m. This is the entity that is indeed engaged in federal stalking. Again, pigeonhole mindset. One video, oh, we have to use all this power, this manpower, and all this energy, all these money and resources to slow down one video being uploaded onto the venue of the internet because it is the end of the world. Every item of evidence is, again, it is detrimental to the demons, but it just goes to show how much Satan has lost, how defeated Satan is. Okay, how imbalanced this is with regard to the prosecution and with regard to the failed sacrifice, with regard to what is the inevitable demise and what is with regard to a triumphant victory. They are engaging in stalking and helicopter flying in circles over me. That's damning evidence while you're trying to slow down the upload of a video, and it's still going on the internet. It is currently 3:09 a.m. This is P.O.C. All right, plane activity again, maintaining patrolling in concert with the people of the state that are patrolling on Euclid Avenue. These are demons that are stalking with impossible light. They're doing so under the fake moon that's over me at 415 South Euclid Avenue, where the entity is flying over me by helicopter at 415 South Euclid Avenue. This is where the demons are stalking with commercial planes, and I want to document that because they're doing it while I was processing the podcast. So the entity is monitoring. The entity's tactic, very petty. Satan is very juvenile, very petty, very immature, but at the same time also a psychopath and very so mentally sick to a point of delusion. denial of reality in order to continue engaging in egregious conduct, criminal conduct that behavior that they're going to be accountable for. But the demon possessed who are mentally sick will continue in that delusional environment, while in order to persist with what are realities and facts that they can't cope with. So the entity is stalking and does so while I'm processing the podcast. And the pattern of conduct also consists of the demon possessed just engaging in stalking by plain activity, to try to be like, don't publish, get this too, and get this too, and then get this too, and get this too, as though that's going to stop the documentation from being published online. I just want to let you know about the defeated mindset of the demon possessed that are going to federal prison, and they're being removed from public office. They're going to be labeled as terrorists in the United States. So it's 3:24 a.m. This is the entity that is, again, monitoring the evidence that is still being published online, specifically the ARCO website, the ARCO Wi-Fi. And as you can hear that plane from 2500 Airport Drive, where there would be immediate takeoffs, there's no plane activity that you're going to hear that's going to compete with my voice. These are the demons that are mentally ill, okay? Like I stated, the Ontario Police Department have exhibited severe mental illness. This is a plea for help by the mentally sick population that have been getting away with systematically murdering and stealing people's reputation, stealing their property, stealing their creation, stealing their right to the American dream, whatever that consists of. And doing so while they are of this condition. This is a cry for help. And public officials like Alan D. WAPNER, this demon, this pedophile, is also engaging in a cry for help, while his criminal conduct, while his corrupt leadership produces this level of obvious terrorism. The entity doesn't even have the wherewithal to, in any covert manner, which I'm not suggesting that, but they're not even capable enough to engage in any sort of intelligent means whereby they are obviously engaging in egregious criminal conduct, and they're doing so for outright desperate acts. And this is pursuant to what is already a failed endeavor. Nothing that the entity has engaged in this for the purpose for which they seek to do it, they're not accomplishing any of it. It's literally down to, this is the desperation that they're at. I'm engaging in this, get this, document this, document this. Do you understand, as I'm documenting, it's a prosecution for which there are severe penalties. This is not stealing candy bars from 7-Eleven. The entity, again, this is mental illness while you're witnessing it. It's public corruption, and this is the entity that's committed a lot of murders. This is the entity that's engaged in violating a lot of children, okay? Engaged in egregious sex acts against the people who are silent victims. They're sitting around kidnapped somewhere, or they're already dead. That is what is engaging in this level of conduct. This is not any sort of conduct demonstrating some high level of capability. This is flat out desperation, and it's pathetic. But this is the demon possessed, and the demon possessed commit egregious acts of violence out of the same desperation. Okay, so that's what's relevant to what they're engaging in. It's not just the entity that's monitoring. Yes, they're monitoring while I'm uploading. They're literally engaging in the elements of monitoring, which is affecting communication devices. They're obsessively trying to slow down the internet. While you slow down the internet, whether it goes up in 57 seconds or whether it goes up in 5 minutes and 62 seconds, it's going up. And by the way, the entity is targeting, and everybody knows that the entity is targeting. Tracy Banks would be subject to federal prison were anything to happen to me. Everybody knows who's responsible for it. Everybody knows who's engaged in targeting me. Everybody's witnessing that. Not only is there no secrecy, it's not going to happen. Okay, these demons are spiritually inferior. They are also intellectually inferior. All of them together. Their big and bad helicopter shows a bunch of incompetent pedophiles, obsessed and stalking to their own demise for the whole world to witness and join in on exposing pedophiles in California that have no business making up police departments. They have no business in law enforcement. None whatsoever. They're not even sane. This is the entity that's engaging in that. That's what's stalking at Euclid Avenue right here. There's no plane activity that would ever, first of all, be perceived, let alone compete with my voice. When they're engaging in what they should be doing, taking off from the airport. But the reason why they're not is because the airport is key to surveillance in the city of Ontario, in the state. And that's relevant to removing that airport altogether. It is a costly device for criminal conduct, a costly means of criminal activity, in furtherance of murdering American citizens, stealing from them, conspiring their murder. Engaging in what is enabling things such as pedophilia amongst minors. Okay, this is what Alan D. Wapner is engaging in, what he is a part of, and what he is knowingly facilitating while gang stalking is underway by corrupt airlines that are also a part of the same. All right, it's currently 3:28 a.m. This is where the entity is concentrating plane activity with regard to federal stalking on the venue of the internet, in furtherance of what is the criminal conspiracy to murder, but very much engaging in what is a failed effort to complete any of that in any sophisticated, intelligent, capable manner. Obviously targeting, which is direct evidence of for the prosecution of the state. Okay. This is Alan D. Wapner's public removal from office, Paul Leon's removal from office, Mike LORENZ and Michael GERKEN. This is exactly what they are engaging in, gang stalking. And I have been documenting this level of obvious criminal conduct for a very long time. The entity has been engaged in obstruction of justice, which the federal government is going to be held accountable for. Okay, all of my property, which the entity maintains, the fact that I'm outside subject to this, there are demons that are in custody of my money while these pedophiles are stalking in planes and helicopters and sitting around stalking at the gas station trying to stifle internet connection. This level of stalking and ongoing violation of my rights, my liberty rights, my rights to not have my property stolen and not have other demons in custody of my property while I'm outside. This is why Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks, Eric Spencer, and all of the people of the state that have participated in defaming my character while gang stalking me, this is why they're going to federal prison. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct while I am outside right now, and there are demons that are in property. I should not be outside. I have property. I have money that I am not in possession of, while the federal government is watching this go on. I'm going to prosecute for this. Do you understand? The demons that are in positions of government, corrupt law enforcement agencies, the Ontario Police is an afterthought. They're being disbanded. The federal law enforcement agencies that have engaged in, like Jason Isaac Fields, engaged in targeting and stealing my property, defaming my character, having anal sex with my mother in doing so. Okay, engaging in what is violating children as pedophiles. Okay, all of this is surrounding what is sex trafficking of children. That's what these gang stalkers are engaging in. I want to be clear, the entity is engaging in this, and there are federal officials, government actors, judges, and attorneys. They're going to federal prison. As clear, I'm outside, and these demons are stalking in this manner. YouTube is trying to steal my evidence, take it off a line to conceal this very thing, where they want to engage in killing me in some alley and leaving me there. There are demons that are losing their job in law enforcement at the federal level, and you're going to federal prison. This is not happening because you're going to, we're going to give me my money back and I'm going to get my property and everybody's going. That's not what's happening. You're going to federal prison. It's 3:31 a.m. The entities engaging in this conduct because they are engaging in what is exhibiting severe fear, because every video, every item of evidence that I publish, the demon-possessed are very much fearful of. But it's something that you are already aware of. You already know about it. And it's going on the internet. But I want you to be clear. You need to associate every corrupt gang stalker. They include... Let me remind you about the corrupt gang stalker while you're listening to the ongoing flights where there's an absence of any planes that are arriving or departing. This heavy plane activity centered on where I'm at. You need to understand the gang stalkers that are engaging in this pattern of conduct in furtherance of murder and kidnapping, enabling a sex trafficking system centered around children, pedophilia, okay? And these are the corrupt companies that includes United Airlines, is engaged in gang stalking. The entity that's engaged in this pattern of conduct, not only United Airlines, that is openly engaging in terrorism. You saw them. They have no problem with you recognizing and seeing them on video exhibiting demon possession, exhibiting corruption, while they're targeting, not coincidentally, while I just so happen to be talking about United Airlines, while I just so happen to be talking about the Ontario Police Department, so those actors engage in gang stalking on video. They are openly engaging in it. And you need to also understand that they are engaging in a system centered around trafficking children, pedophilia, sexually violating children, terrorizing and conspiring against women. That's what I represent. The entity is gang stalking me, trying to get away with stealing my property and money while I'm outside and the demons are in custody of my property. I'm going to prosecute for this. You're going to drain the pockets for this. You're going to criminally prosecute businesses for this, because this is what they're engaging in against American citizens. All right. United Airlines, Southwest Airlines, Alaska Airlines, Delta Airlines, American Airlines, Frontier Airlines. All right. They're engaging in this pattern of conduct with the city of Ontario. These are corrupt companies that are engaging in this pattern of conduct, and they do so in furtherance of the objective. The United Airlines is targeting me because they intend for my life to be taken. They intend to accomplish stealing my money and property that I am currently out of custody of. And I'm still subject to gang stalking by United Airlines and the city of Ontario, including at 3 o'clock in the morning, where there is no flights published on the internet coming from terminals 2 or 4, while they're hovering over targeting using commercial planes. Okay? A bunch of demons, a bunch of sexifiers, pedophiles in the middle of the night, pacing around in this parking lot around me while they're stalking, they're manning the path all around me. They're engaging in what is stalking as a population. Getting in their cars in the middle of the night, coming from their homes, taking their turns, pacing all around, stalking as a city-wide effort. All right, I just want to be clear. The entity is going to federal prison. That's where they belong. And there's no provision of evidence to the federal government that's going to cause me to do anything other than testify against you and press charges and prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. You were sitting up living in my house. You're stealing my property, stealing my money, shipping it off across seas, so I don't know where it's at and I don't know anything about it. While the Ontario, these pedophiles are stalking me in helicopter while I'm outside, you're going to federal prison. You are going to federal prison. I just want to make sure that that's abundantly clear, because that's where this is going. While they're engaged in clear, obvious criminal conduct, the demons that are going to federal prison, this is the system that they committed because they didn't want you to know that they were stealing my money and my property. You're going to federal prison. It's as simple as that. As clear as that plane activity is heard, the demons are stalking using commercial planes. These demons are engaged in this because they stole property from me, and gang stalking was supposed to result in my being falsely depicted as mentally ill, because it was never known that I was going to prove that the government is indeed engaged in not only surveillance, but targeting American citizens. This is what I'm subject to. And then falsely depicting their character. You're going to federal prison. You laid up in my house, you're going to prison for it. I hope it was worth it, because you're going to federal prison. It is currently 3:36 a.m. and this is what the corrupt public officials that are being removed from office, Paul Leon, is engaged in the ongoing criminal conspiracy to commit murder. Has already committed attempted murder as an entity. Is relevant to and engaged in and interested in protecting this the corruption of the pedophilia that's underway by this entity that engages in gang stalking. Paul Leon is at the center of it, while the city of Ontario is gang stalking. This child sex ring. The entity is engaging in protecting and maintaining that ongoing system as clearly as they are gang stalking. These are the pedophiles that are engaging in that. It's a system. They're engaging in this pattern of conduct while they are interested in protecting demons that have stolen my property. That's why Paul Leon is targeting me in the city of Ontario. This is objective served by the gang stalking mayor. Very much interested. He lost in that, but he's still targeting me. He's still targeting me, even though you know, and the feds know why he's targeting me. And I want to be clear, there are very specific people that are going to federal prison for it. And also, Paul Leon is not exempted from being subject to a federal prosecution with his name in that title of that case. And him being subject to federal prison. He is not accepted whatsoever. And never has been. It is currently 3:37 a.m. where there's ongoing flights of using commercial planes, and there's absolutely no evidence of any flights that are underway at this hour from the Ontario International Airport. Okay, the entity is engaged in what is ongoing stalking, and this is the system that is underway because I've been documenting this. The absence of any flights published on the website, while the entity is maintaining flight after 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 flight, stalking using commercial planes. Okay, this is again the P.O.C. It's at 415 South Euclid Avenue where the entity is maintaining plane activity. That's the elements of monitoring. Amplification, crossing a path amongst the engineered light. Under the fake moon is where it's happening as well. The fake moon is right here at 415 South Euclid Avenue. All right, as you already know, the city of Ontario is filled with sex offenders who are specifically pedophiles. The sex offenders, gang stalking by residents, engaging in the ongoing molestation. It not only includes ARCO at 434 North Euclid Avenue in Ontario, California, Chevron at 506 North Euclid Avenue, including the establishment itself, which is going to be prosecuted for the sex offense, while the people of the state are stalking another person with the government on the grounds of that venue, around that venue, and in the sky space. The entity is sharing in that pattern of conduct, while the government is gang stalking in the way in which I'm documenting. The downtown Ontario apartments located at 320 West G Street. Gang stalking by residents filled with sex offenders who are engaging in the perpetual sex offense, while I am being repeatedly molested by hostile sex offenders who are stalking me on the roads and the highways. And the downtown Ontario luxury apartments at 320 West G Street, a gang stalking residence, a facilitating venue where I'm documenting the fake sun in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening. They are sharing in that sex offense the entire community, okay? And the property management company, just like I've shown you how to prosecute gang stalking apartment complexes, gang stalking housing subdivisions, gang stalking police departments, gang stalking shopping plaza, commercial venues where you have an entire shopping plaza like Driftwood Village Shopping Center, anchored by Food for Less. That entire venue, every single last business inside of that plaza is engaged in the criminal pattern of conduct. They're each individually third parties, and that entire venue altogether, the entire plaza represents the people of the state. You're going to prosecute. And this entire apartment complex at 320 West G Street is engaging in a sex offense, while the people of the state are sharing in sexual violence, stalking, not engaging in traffic. These are the psychopaths that are engaging in pedophilia while they're stalking in the middle of the night, using helicopters and commercial planes, and also stalking in dark alleys, aiming light in my direction, molesting me with light. Those are the sex offenders that molest children. While they're gang stalking me, you need to know that they're pedophiles. Okay, and they are also gang stalking at 320 West G Street, where I'm subject to that sex offense. They are engaging in that sex offense as an entity. It's currently 4:35 a.m. This is P.O.C. while the entity is engaging in federal stalking on the venue of the internet. This is criminal summoning, and as I press record, stopping the sirens. There's a fake sun. And the entity engages in this pattern where they know that I'm sleeping. I have documented psychopaths of the Ontario police pacing in circles, sounding their sirens. In the moment that I wake up, they turn their sirens off while they're monitoring. This is the entity engaging in criminal summoning for the purpose of harassment. There are also demons that are manifesting, and I will show you that. This is the fake sun that's also in perfect alignment with me where I'm sitting. This is the P.O.C. This is Michael Gerken's removal from office. This is gang stalking by a fire department. Those are demons. And they're also sex offenders that are monitoring my vagina. This is the entity that's doing so, again, where the entity was maintaining helicopter activity flying here over me, where the people of the state are stalking. This is where the entity was stalking with helicopter. This is where the entity was stalking with commercial planes. And this is where the fake sun is rising, where I'm located. This is impossible light while they're driving in the lane and the vehicle's reaching all the way onto the sidewalk. The Ontario Fire Department is gang stalking the Ontario International Airport. They're driving in engineered light. This is P.O.C. and that is not the sun, and it is currently 6:41 a.m. This is the same street where I am at 630, the Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. At 6 p.m. this fake sun is still here, where the Ontario International Airport is gang stalking, where the Ontario Fire Department is gang stalking, where the people of the state are gang stalking. 12 hours from now, that fake sun is still here, where Ontario police are stalking on video. And the Ontario police are flying in circles, stalking in helicopter, being demons. And so are the people of the state, while they drive on the roads and highways and impossible light shoots inside. The Ontario International Airport is gang stalking.
where the entity is keeping the fake sun at 2301 South Euclid Avenue, at Philadelphia and Euclid Avenue. The entity is keeping the fake sun here. It's not going to be anywhere near Economy Inn, where I took a picture of it over me at that parking lot facing the pool, facing east. This is the Ontario International Airport gang stalking. That's the Ontario Fire Department demons gang stalking, and their focal point is me. They're focused on me. And you also know that through the impossible light activity. This is the P.O.C. This is my shadow appearing on the trash can. That's impossible light activity. That's called stalking with light. All these demons are driving in engineered light. They're all monitoring, okay? The entities, while they are using the sirens and the lights on a fire truck, using the resources of a fire department to engage in stalking one person. They engage in surveillance in fire trucks. They engage in bathroom monitoring in fire trucks. They engage in criminal summoning. These are the demon-possessed that are gang stalking as a corrupt city, and they're all focused. Their whole focus is on me. That's what's so pathetic and also sexually perverted about pedophiles that are gang stalking, because this is the population of pedophiles that are engaging in the P.O.C. Under the fake sun. Exhibit A. Driving in the farthest lanes, and their vehicles are reaching all the way over. They're all driving in engineered light. This is a population of pedophiles. They're gang stalkers. And Michael Gerken's being removed from office. See the shadow of their vehicles? They're driving in engineered light. This is public corruption. Where Alan D. WAPNER, Michael Gerken, and they are still stalking. They're driving in relevant position and flashing their lights. P.O.C. This is where the entity is concentrating helicopter activity, plane activity, stalking where I'm at. This is where the fake moon was over me right here, and this is where the fake sun is at. And the fake sun is still here 12 hours. That's the pattern of conduct. This is criminal summoning. Remove these corrupt officials from office because they waste millions of dollars on criminal activity that includes federal group stalking and monitoring. That's a waste of resources while they're using planes to engage in stalking. That's a waste of resources while they climb into a fire truck to merely drive down the street stalking me. And they're monitoring my vagina all day long and all night long. This is P.O.C. That's, again, the criminal conduct that the entity is engaging in while they're using planes to engage in this. This is Euclid Avenue, where the fake sun is also setting. OVITT Family Community Library is right across the street, where this same department in that same airport is stalking at 6 in the evening when this fake sun is still here. This is a population of pedophiles. And pedophiles drive school buses while they're engaging in the pattern of conduct with minor children, by the way. Chaffee Joint Union High School, a gang stalker. This is P.O.C. It is currently 6:44 a.m. Driving in engineered light, stalking. That's P.O.C. All right, the video you just listened to of criminal summoning by the City of Ontario, acting by the Ontario Fire Department. These are the demon-possessed that are manifesting right before your eyes while a system of public corruption, that is, including gang stalking, is underway. In that specific environment, like I documented on video, where the demons are stalking with commercial planes is where the demons are stalking by helicopter, which is where the fake moon is located, which is where the fake sun is located this morning. And they want to document, as I capture this video at 6:40 a.m., the Ontario Police Department. These are the demons that follow my lead. As I document their mental illness in the form of what is stalking, using sirens, pacing incessantly around me. And then as the demon-possessed are monitoring you subconsciously in a sleep state, obsessing over you, obsessing over your genitalia, obsessing over your breathing patterns, how many times you blink, obsessing over your heartbeat. This is how much of a monitoring system that the demon-possessed, that include the pedophiles of the Ontario Police, are engaging in. And I referred to the Ontario Police engaging in that same psychopathic conduct. This is, which I've documented. The entity engages in replicating it, following my lead. And so the Ontario Police at 6:46 a.m. as I begin uploading the video, engaging criminal summoning at the same location where the fake sun is located. You're going to pay attention. So that's the P.O.C. I want to document that. I was uploading and capturing videos of the Ontario Fire Department demonstrating in a wealth of documentation more than one example of demon possession by Michael Gerken and everybody under that demon's control, well, under that demon's leadership. This is, again, his dangerous control. While he exercises control and leadership over the Ontario Fire Department, he is hiring demons. Demons are engaging in what is firefighting, and actually it's actually federal group stalking, monitoring under the guise of firefighting, where the demon possessed are doing nothing other than sounding sirens and gang stalking me, where they're going out throughout the city of Ontario. And that's the removal of Michael Gerken.
So I want to be clear with regard to documenting that. While I'm on it, I'm going to go ahead and refer to you to the videos that you can take a look at on YouTube, where you will see demon possession by the Ontario Fire Department and public corruption while those sex offenders are engaging in the pattern of conduct. And they are also sex offenders while I'm documenting. The sex offenders that are pacing on Euclid Avenue under a fake sun, they are repeatedly engaging in a sex offense, molesting my person with impossible light, which is how hostile demons who are angry and aggressively targeting you because you tell facts like they're monitoring my vagina, like they're stalking as a population, like they're engaged in sex trafficking of children. The entity engages in the sex offense of stalking with impossible light. And this is also happening while you're hearing what is crossing a path conduct, audible activity, and I'm being molested with light that is not naturally occurring. It is the evidence of what is stalking with light, like you saw in the video. My shadow is appearing in front of me while the fake sun is in front of me. The demons are driving east and west on Euclid Avenue, and the stretching of the magnified size of the shadows of the vehicles, they're driving in engineer light. They're stalking. They're also molesting with impossible light as an act of sexual violence and harassment and terrorism, because I'm documenting and publishing that video documentation on the venue of the internet, where the Ontario Police Department engages in criminal summoning. Those are the demons that are on video stalking at this same address where the fake sun is rising, speaking to targeting me, which is also obvious because you can hear them. The helicopter activity doesn't go anywhere. They're following as I cross the street from 507 North Euclid Avenue to this address, 415 North Euclid, and the Ontario police are stalking in helicopter as I go to both addresses. And they're also shown to be stalking me specifically with regard to the specific environment. But nonetheless, this is where the entity is engaging in that, and I want to be clear, the entity is gang stalking the Ontario Fire Department, exhibiting demon possession while they are under the fake sun. On July 4th, 2025, first off, you'll see the Ontario Police gang stalking, which the Ontario Fire Department is gang stalking as the City of Ontario. But the first video that I referred to on YouTube is captured on July 4th, where Jason DeMont, who was subject to federal prison, he's gang stalking under the 6:41 a.m. fake sun that you are looking at through the windows, the entrance of on Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, which is again not going to have the same angle that it is while I'm at 415 North Euclid Avenue, where the Ontario Fire Department are stalking and proven to be stalking, while that fake sun is in perfect alignment with my person, not diagonally from the entrance doors and the glass windows of Starbucks, which is where it would have been if Jason DeMont was not a demon-possessed gang stalker targeting me inside of Starbucks, like I documented on the morning of July 4th, 2025, where he's engaging in what is bearing weapons, engaging in psychological torture, engaging in what is communicating an unlawful threat as a terrorist that is aware of the fact that he's being documented as a department, and comes and communicates that threat personally by gang stalking with Starbucks, participating in their unlawful conduct as a corrupt corporation, criminal monitoring, and ongoing gang stalking with the facilitation of criminal monitoring. In other words, with the people of the state, federal stalking under Title 18. Jason DeMont is on video under the fake sun monitoring me while he is bearing weapons. That's also basis of federal prison. That's the Ontario Police gang stalking, like they are on that same establishment after 6 p.m., which I'm also referring to you, which you will see yourself on June 4th, 2025 at 6:41 p.m., where the Ontario Police are engaging in stalking me by helicopter, just like you witnessed early this morning at, I believe, 2:51 a.m., where the entity is stalking me, which is also proven through the maintenance of the fake sun that's at the same Starbucks, that Jason DeMont is present at 6:41 a.m., and where that fake sun is still present 12 hours later, like I had already documented on June 4th, 2025, where the entity is keeping that fake sun at that address where Starbucks is engaging in criminal surveillance. Starbucks is adjacent to where I'm located right now, where the Ontario Fire Department is engaged in criminal summoning. These are demons that are manifesting as they engage in the criminal elements of monitoring. That is light activity, relevant positioning, and audible activity. They are doing so with the intent to specifically threaten and harass and terrorize me. The demons who are hostile to me because I expose the fact that they are pedophiles, that they're engaged in sex trafficking of children, and that they are, again, violent sex offenders who are engaging in the system of gang stalking, and that is the removal of Michael GERKEN. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct as an entire fire department, who is also shown to be gang stalking at this same venue As I'm documenting the Ontario International Airport, gang stalking with the Ontario Fire Department and the Ontario Police Department, which I'm capturing on this video that you just listened to, but I'm also capturing it in these videos where the Ontario Fire Department are gang stalking, which you will see under the fake sun in August of 2021, same time of year, and it's at 4:22 p.m. where the Ontario Fire Department are not engaged in firefighting. These are demons that are engaging in pacing, stalking in the path, doing so under the fake sun that is over me while I'm at this same location, the Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, and Starbucks is to my left as I'm capturing this video, so that means Starbucks is north of my location, and the fake sun is maintaining presence with regard to perfect alignment with my person where I'm located. That's why it's not in alignment with where Jason Dumont is stalking inside of that Starbucks, like I documented on July 4, 2025. The entity, Starbucks is still gang stalking though. Starbucks is in relevant position. The establishment is engaged in stalking, and everybody in that establishment is stalking me specifically, while the fake sun is in alignment to my person at 415 North Euclid Avenue. And on August 22nd, 2021, Starbucks is established and Ocean is going to federal prison for kidnapping with the Ontario Police Department, where Starbucks is engaging in, and there is a history of Starbucks engaging in, gang stalking as a corrupt establishment with the intent to, acting with the intent to obstruct justice, and they're gang stalking with the Ontario Fire Department demons, which you will see on video, which I provided the links so that you can look at the evidence of demon possession of Michael GERKEN and all the demons working with the Ontario Fire Department who are committing the perpetual sex offense, molesting me with impossible light, while I refer to these videos where the sex offenders are keeping this video documentation, my internet activity, under surveillance, under the fake sun that is not, by the way, at Economy Inn, like I'm documenting yesterday when I get on Omnitrans and I'm nowhere near 415 North Euclid Avenue where the Ontario International Airport is stalking by United Airlines and Delta Airlines, and the entity is gang stalking while I'm at 925 South Euclid Avenue, and the fake sun is over that venue at Mission and Euclid Avenue, while the fake sun is remaining through the window of Omnitrans, and I have to travel north to get to Ontario Town Square where the fake sun is over me at my arrival, where Southwest Airlines is gang stalking under that fake sun that remains on this same street, but nonetheless showing you where it's not at the same location, proof that the Ontario Fire Department is specifically stalking me and harassing me while they know that I'm sleeping outside, and they use their sirens to not only engage in what is manifesting as demons, engaging in the corrupt system of federal group stalking and monitoring, which is speaking to the necessity of removing corrupt officials, corrupt actors like Michael GERKEN, who are engaging in what is demon possession, demonic activity, criminal monitoring, the conspiracy to murder, as opposed to firefighting, as opposed to having any legitimate emergency. The entity is doing so on August 22nd, 2021 at Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, which is steps away from where I'm located right now. So this is evidence of the fake sun being at the same location, like I'm narrating in the video that you just listened to. That video again is captured on August 22nd, 2021 at 4:22 p.m. and 51 seconds. You'll see the demon possession of the Ontario Fire Department, who are gang stalking firefighters. That oxymoron is requiring the removal of the demon possessed that are engaged in gang stalking through the Ontario Fire Department in the city of Ontario. Your further ability to witness the demon possession of the Ontario Fire Department that are stalking me this morning, hostile pedophiles, while they're engaging in gang stalking with the Ontario International Airport and the Ontario Police Department, is video evidence captured on June 4, 2025 at 11:45 a.m. where they are engaging in gang stalking like the demons you hear in traffic now. And these are the demon possessed that are engaging in pacing. They're pacing, meaning they're not going anywhere. They're going back and forth as a population of demons, where the fake sun is proving that, because the fake sun is still over this street, like I documented on June 4th, 2025 at 11:45 a.m., where the demons using commercial planes are also pacing, and they're not going anywhere, while they are maintaining audible activity, relevant positioning, and stalking in the most expensive and absurdly demented manners, requiring the removal of this demon, Alan D. WAPNER, engaging in what is the conspiracy to murder an American citizen whom he is gang stalking, targeting, while commercial planes are a means of surveillance over me at this venue where the fake sun is still present, like I documented on video, where the Ontario International Airport is gang stalking in the sky space over me while the fake sun is over the top of my head, meaning it's here at 6:41 in the morning, like I'm capturing on video, and it's still here, like I documented on June 4th, 2025 at 11:45 a.m., and it's not over anyone else but me. It's over the top of my head at Starbucks, which is to my left, north of my location right here, where the fake sun, as you know, the Ontario Fire Department are present, still stalking under at 6:22 p.m., because I captured that in 2021. The entity is still gang stalking. I want to be clear, in video evidence where you can witness the demon possession of the Ontario Fire Department on June 5th, 2025 at 1:29 p.m. at the same Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, which is to my left. In the video that I captured this morning, where the Ontario Fire Department are engaging in manifesting before your eyes as demons, engaging in criminal summoning, the malicious guise of gang stalkers who use fire trucks and use a fire department, and the malicious guise of engaging in some sort of duty related to being a fire department, when all they're engaging in what is stalking with light, stalking in the path, relevant positioning, and stalking with audible activity. Those are the demon possessed. That is what Michael GERKEN is. His condition is he's a mentally ill pedophile engaging in facilitating the sex trafficking that the city of Ontario, the state of California, is engaging in as gang stalkers. And they are hostile sex offenders and pedophiles who are monitoring using a fire truck, which is evidence speaking to mental illness by Michael GERKEN and everybody engaging in quote-unquote firefighting in the city of Ontario, while the demons are stalking with the Ontario Police and stalking with the Ontario International Airport under a fake sun that's at the same venue, by the way. 415 North Euclid Avenue, where I'm at right now, is steps away from 507 North Euclid Avenue. I'm at the same intersection, East Street and Euclid. And the sun would not be in the same location, by the way, showing who the Ontario Fire Department is targeting when they're inside a Starbucks while the fake sun's over the top of my head in its zenith, which is 7, 8, 9, 10, 5 hours from now. That is the evidence of the demon possession and the criminal monitoring by the Ontario Fire Department, okay, that are engaging in federal stalking. The entity is engaging in this while the entity is engaging in what is exhibiting hostility while their demon possession is proven as a matter of tangible evidence, and their criminal engagement in targeting me in furtherance of trying to steal my money, my property, with pedophiles like Tracy Banks and the people of the state that are gang stalking and targeting me with her for this satanic purpose, okay? In other words, Tracy Banks is a witch. She's a Satan worshiper, and all of these Satan worshipers in the city of Ontario engaged in targeting me along with her, which is the criminal system, the organized crime that the state of California is routinely engaging in for criminal purposes such as theft of my money, theft of property, in order to criminally defame. This is requiring the public corruption of the government, which I've also documented. And this is what the Ontario Fire Department, Michael GERKEN, is fully engaging in. And there's a body of evidence exposing the Ontario Fire Department. And they're engaged in federal stalking under Title 18, not firefighting. And because of that, Michael GERKEN is to be removed. He's a sex offender keeping my vagina under surveillance and engaging in that sexual violence in the most expensive manner, which is making him a liability. He is a someone that's engaging in corrupt practices while holding a position that he is unfit and disqualified and incompetent to remain in. Okay, it is currently, by the way, 7:36 a.m. Those are just some of the examples. You can look at the documentation published online. The fake sun is remaining at 415 North Euclid Avenue right now, and the fake sun is remaining on this street where the Ontario Police are gang stalking at Starbucks, which is the heavily documented venue to my left, which is north on the same intersection where I'm at right now. This is where, again, the entity is gang stalking by criminal summoning as I'm publishing the very evidence of this video, the very video evidence that you just listened to. The Ontario Fire Department puppets who are being disbanded, stalking all night long, using police vehicles, wasting money, using helicopters, wasting money, paying these sex offenders, these pedophiles, a salary, wasting money, while they are gang stalking me and having engaged in a pattern of kidnapping. And this is what L. Edwards is committing on July 4th, where Jason DeMond is gang stalking under that fake sun. L. Edwards, Alex Escobar, and A. Quesada engaged in kidnapping under the same criminal circumstances, and they're going to federal prison. Jason DeMond is also subject to federal prison for gang stalking with the Ontario Fire Department, the Ontario International Airport, and the people of the state and the corporation Starbucks, while then bearing weapons and threatening me, psychologically torturing me, and intentionally doing so with regard to the malicious iteration of the pattern of conduct, going into Starbucks, gang stalking as a corrupt police officer in the specific environment while monitoring is simultaneously underway. That's a federal RICO case against Starbucks. That is engaging in state terrorism with the city of Ontario. That is the government. Starbucks is not a private party. Starbucks is a third party, okay? This is P.O.C. It is currently 7:38 a.m. The demons of the city of Ontario are maintaining ongoing patrolling in traffic, molesting with impossible light activity, and they're doing so while the fake sun remains over the OVITT Family Community Library all day long, where the entity is stalking at the Ontario Square, the Ontario Town Square at 224 North Euclid Avenue. That's on the same street. This is the body of evidence that's surrounding all of the area, all the departments that I'm documenting. they are all engaging in a pattern of conduct, and they are all tied together with regard to a ceaseless pattern of conduct. The Starbucks, the Woodside Senior Apartments, this Chevron and ARCO, the OVITT Family Community Library, even on the same street where the entity is gang stalking at Economy Inn, the entity is stalking under a fake sun that's remaining on one street, and this is the disbanding of the Ontario Police Department, the removal from office of Paul Leon, Alan D. Wapner, Michael GERKEN, and the entity that's engaging in gang stalking as a corrupt government body in concert with the people of the state. The people of the state are going to federal prison for gang stalking under a fake sun that's remaining on one street. As I'm documenting, the government that is obsessed with my vagina, and these that are obsessed with my vagina, these are the ones that have conspired my murder, have already engaged in attempted murder as an entity, and they're still gang stalking upon engaging what is a failed sacrifice to Satan. These are the demons that are engaging in a satanic targeting system, and they're also engaging in criminal activity, which is what the Ontario Fire Department, Michael GERKEN, is engaging in, and he's been engaged in targeting since the first day that he has been in this position, and he is engaging in what is a grandfathered system, the demon before him engaging in this same exact criminal system. The Ontario Fire Department documented on the record as of 2019. This is P.O.C. It's 7:39 a.m. All right, C-Max is gang stalking. They're using a street sweeper that is peculiarized light. You'll see the fake sun in perfect alignment. Omnitrans gang stalking, Route 83 going northbound up Euclid Avenue. They're stalking in the path as a means of the corrupt business. The fake sun is remaining stationary. As you see Omnitrans drive by, when I'm documenting on that bus, that facilitating venue, which is again criminal monitoring attributed to Alan D. Wapner, again associated with another corrupt business. Omnitrans on the roads and the highways, gang stalking with all of these sex offenders pacing under fake sun. These are demons marching one by one, stalking all together. Pay attention to the change in the shadow of their vehicles. Their shadows were reaching all the way across the street along the sidewalk. The entity is shining the fake sun that's in the same position on this same street after 6 p.m. in the evening as well. The entity is engaging in gang stalking. C-Max is a corrupt company. Omnitrans is a corrupt company. And every other venue that's on this in the city of Ontario, but where I'm located, because this is the documentation where the entity's rising and setting the fake sun. All right, this is where they're engaging in sexual violence, and they're all driving in engineer light. So they're driving in engineer light under the fake sun, but engineer light is literally appearing on the passenger sides of all of these demons' vehicles while they're engaging in one demon after another. This is a demon-possessed population. They're not individuals. This is demonic activity. This is the living dead, and they're pacing. They're all pacing. This is P.O.C. This is satanic behavior, and it's criminal monitoring by the entity that is gang stalking. And like I stated on video on Omnitrans, the entity is keeping the fake sun that is dynamic, moving as I move on a vehicle. No matter what direction that vehicle turns, that fake sun turns to remain through the window, and I've documented that for years. As Omnitrans proceeds north of Euclid Avenue, that fake sun remains stationary while all these puppets of Satan are pacing one after another after another. This is the living dead that are engaging in pacing all around. They're stalking. Okay, this is gang stalking, and you are witnessing demonic activity, and this is the outward demonstration of mental illness by those that want to present as being sane. 7EHH474, stalking with impossible light activity. That's a psychopath, and these are pedophiles. Okay, the demon possessed that are gang stalkers, they're engaged in pedophilia. All right, they're engaged in the sex trafficking of children. License plate 8GQG355. 8ZNA739, and this is the environment where the Ontario Police engage in criminal summoning as I upload the video documentation of the Ontario Fire Department engaging in criminal summoning. Ontario Montclair School District, pedophiles driving school buses, 1682188, stalking with impossible light activity. While the fake sun remains stationary, not dynamic, moving at the same speed that the Omnitrans bus is moving while it's driving north, and then south back down Euclid Avenue, which is not the natural environment, and it's also the specific environment maintained around me, while Omnitrans is gang stalking me on the roads and highways, like these demons are, who are driving by, and that fake sun remains stationary. In fact, I've documented it remaining so stationary that it's still here over me at Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, like the Ontario Fire Department gang stalkers show you. Demons that and pedophiles that need to be stripped of those positions, those badges, and those uniforms, and that's exactly what's going to happen while the entity keeps a fake sun on this same street after 6 p.m. in the evening. This is where the Ontario International Airport is doing donuts over the sky space, where the fake sun is remaining on this same street until after 6 p.m. in the evening, where the demons of the gang stalking airlines that you saw, Delta Airlines, Southwest Airlines, United Airlines, American Airlines, Frontier Airlines, Amazon Prime Air, FedEx, UPS, the entity is engaging in gang stalking Southwest Airlines, and they're all doing so stalking on this street where the entity is keeping the fake sun 12 hours from now after 6 p.m. And they're engaged in what is supporting pedophilia. capturing images of them right now, gang stalking, and that is UPS that is hovering. That's P.O.C. They're flying over the downtown Ontario luxury apartments at 320 West Hope Boulevard. They just took off from right above that hotel, that apartment complex, where the fake sun is right here over me, and that's how you know that the Ontario International Airport's not doing anything other than stalking. The entity's been doing that all night long, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, where there is no published flights, and that flight by UPS right now, that's not flight from the airport. And it's also not published on the website. And it has nothing to do with any sort of departure from that airport, takeoff, or landing at that airport. UPS is a documented terrorist, and they're also using their vehicles, hiring the living dead, engaging in terrorism while they're making money delivering packages, using it to engage in surveillance. That's what UPS is engaging in while they're hovering over 320 West G Street. Those are sex offenders, pedophiles that are living in that apartment complex. The entire city of Ontario is engaging in the satanic targeting system. That's why the fake sun is over me at that same apartment in the afternoon. In fact, let me publish that on this podcast, because I'm walking on the sidewalk yesterday afternoon after I go to Chevron and capture the fake sun, the same Chevron that I'm looking at right now where the fake sun is here, 6:41 a.m. And yesterday afternoon, as I am going to, it is at 4:57 p.m. And I'll go ahead and take a screenshot of that, because the fake sun is over me at 320, where UPS is flying over that apartment complex. And the reason why there's no complaints about hovering over apartments in Ontario is because they're gang stalking. The entities engage in that pattern of conduct with the people of the state, who are psychopaths, pedophiles, demons, engaging in what is a conspiracy to murder. And this is Tracy Banks' co-defendant, the city of Ontario. This is what she was targeting me with. This is what she engaged in summoning her demonic entity that she is a part of, witches that are worshiping Satan, engaging in a satanic targeting system, and it's the corruption of the government. And this is what the local government, the city of Ontario, is engaging in. And she's engaging in this pattern of conduct with the intent to steal my property and commit murder in doing so. Her co-defendant is providing evidence. She doesn't even have to be around me. I'm prosecuting her while these demons are pacing under this fake sun that's over this same apartment, 320 West G Street, where the Ontario International Airport, using a UPS plane, just hovered over this apartment complex. The fake sun is over me. You'll see it on images at 4:57 p.m. yesterday. And it's over me right now at 6:41 in the morning on video, where the Ontario Fire is gang stalking, where the Ontario Police is engaging criminal summoning, where the Ontario International Airport are demons stalking in commercial planes, where the fake sun is still here, over that apartment building, over this same Chevron that I walked to yesterday afternoon, and I showed you the fake sun the entirety of that time, the same street where the L&D WAPNER is responsible for the criminal conduct, the corrupt companies of Omnitrans, that is public transportation, and also the airport authority. L&D WAPNER is responsible for the ongoing terrorism by these corrupt means of surveillance in the city of Ontario, okay? And San Bernardino County with Omnitrans, because they're outside of Ontario. They maintain throughout San Bernardino County ongoing surveillance while making money as a public transit company. They're engaged in gang stalking. The entity is engaging in that while I'm just reminding you about where the Ontario International Airport is stalking. They're stalking, flying over me specifically, while the fake sun is remaining over me, and that's what I documented at 4:57 p.m., where the sun would not be in Florida, and it's also not going to be over the same apartment building, and that's what you'll see. The timestamp is 2025-0811 _ 1657-45, and that is the downtown Ontario luxury apartments at 320 West G Street. The Ontario International Airport is flying over that apartment complex, hovering like they were over the Economy Inn Hotel, stalking like they are over the Metro 102 apartments, stalking like they are when I'm at what is the Starbucks, and they're stalking while I'm inside of that venue. This is the entity that is stalking using commercial planes. It's aerial surveillance, and it's also the outward demonstration of mental illness. And the documentation of the fake sun being over that venue where they're stalking using commercial planes is the evidence of L&D WAPNER targeting. All right, and the demons that are flying these commercial planes, that is all of those airlines targeting. And it is in support of pedophilia, okay? And that's what you need to know and understand. They are in support of sex trafficking children, sexual intercourse with children, molestation of children, while they are engaging in this system of that is no longer a secret, while the Ontario Police and the Ontario Fire Department and the Ontario International Airport and the people of the state and every corrupt means of business, which is the elements of monitoring, while the demon-possessed maintain relevant positioning through their establishments and through their presence in that environment. These pedophiles who are gang stalking in Ontario are doing so under a fake sun, and that is evidence that you'll see. It's already published on the venue of the website, the Google Drive, and this is evidence that you can rewind the tape because it's all published on the website. Remember, this is the fake sun that's over the same parking garage. The parking garage is adjacent to the same downtown Ontario luxury apartments at 320 West G Street. That's the same apartment complex. The fake sun is there at 6 o'clock in the evening, 6:15 in the evening, 6:22 in the evening, where the Ontario International Airport is stalking me using commercial planes, having nothing to do with any arrivals or departures, and engaging in flights that are not published on the Ontario International website while they're gang stalking with that venue. And it's full, by the way. You need to know that the gang stalkers are pedophiles. Okay? This is P.O.C. It's currently 7:51. It's currently 7:59 a.m. License 7062081. License 9KIF024. That's again 9KIF as in Frank 024. All right, you'll see impossible light activity where these pedophiles are stalking 9KIF024 in the shade. My shadow's in front of me while I'm facing the fake sun, and my shadow is behind me, where these demons are gang stalking with the pedophiles that are stalking using commercial planes. These are the demons, the pedophiles that like to violate children. This is inspiring gang stalking. They surround you. They engage in what is maintaining presence while demons are engaged in aerial surveillance. This is the Ontario International Airport, the Ontario Police Department, while they're surrounding you in an environment that is abnormal light activity. This is the engineered light, and this is present. The illusion is occurring under the fake sun. That's, by the way, at this same street, this same location, after 6 and 7 p.m., okay? License 70620B1, that's City of Ontario. Okay, holding a dustpan and a broom, those are props. Methods of activity creation, 9KIF024, stalking in a specific environment as a gang stalking pedophile. Delusional psychopaths gang stalking as an entity. The gang stalking by the police department and they're monitoring. The gang stalking by the Ontario International Airport, they're monitoring. 9NLN710, you blew that in my eye? That's City of Ontario engaged in harassment. They're hostile demons, very passive aggressive, stalking impossible light activity. The City of Ontario is going to be prosecuted, 9NLN710, that's P.O.C. And it's currently 8:02 a.m. I'm standing at the same intersection where the Ontario Fire Department is gang stalking on August 22nd, 2021 at 4:22 p.m. These demons are psychopaths. They're delusional. They're very highly unintelligent, and they lack self-control. They're also pedophiles. They're sex offenders. They are sexually interested and amused and taken by children. All right, that's what gang stalkers are engaging in. This is the sex trafficking system that they're engaging in while they're targeting me. This is all simultaneously being exposed about them. License 8XRA830. These are pedophiles, as I'm documenting. 9 U.S. 992. All right, remember, this is pedophilia that's operated as an entity. So the absence of being a pedophile on a criminal record, as you are witnessing the exposure of a criminal system that's never before been exposed and proven, these are indeed pedophiles. And this is the sexual violence that the gang stalkers, the demon-possessed, the terrorists, those conspiring, murdering American citizens, they also engage in sex trafficking children. It's a whole system. All right, it is currently 8:03 a.m. I am indeed documenting and exposing pedophiles as I read their license plates and businesses that are supporting pedophilia while they're gang stalking. Okay, license plate 8UQL328. License plate 72201V1, 65791H3. And yesterday, while I am at Chevron at 506 North Euclid Avenue, where the entity is engaging what is taking flight using commercial planes over here. The video and the image documentation, recall that California Highway Patrol is gang stalking at the Chevron, where I am present in the afternoon, and the fake sun's over the top of my head. And across the street is Starbucks, where the fake sun's over the top of my head at 11:45 in the morning, where the Ontario Fire Department is gang stalking on June 4th. And at 4:57 yesterday afternoon, across the street from that same Starbucks, the fake sun is over the top of my head at 4:56, 4:57 p.m. These are images, documentation showing you where pedophiles are engaging in a targeting system. License 9NUZ956, 58470U3, 9FLR485, 8JLZ611, and California Highway Patrol is gang stalking at this same Chevron. This is during the 6 a.m. hour. And as I walked toward this venue yesterday, where a bunch of pedophiles are always stalking, and this is why they're obsessed with my genitalia, obsessed with my vagina, not because I'm a child, but the entity's been targeting me since I was a child, number one, and number two, because they're generally sex offenders. Okay, and they don't limit it to the age of majority. They engage in sexual violence, which, by the way, you're not consenting to sexual violence, so it's not based on age of majority. But I want to be clear, they are sexually interested and obsessed with those that are under the age of majority. These demons are engaging in what is, by information of what they believe Satan tells them to do, they violate children because the demon possessed of this Jezebel spirit in particular, it's a perverted spirit, and it inspires sexual violence. Incest, group sex, ongoing sex by force, voyeurism while you're sexually violating people, violating their privacy, watching them getting naked, watching them in their homes unbeknownst to them. The entity does this while they're gang stalking you as well. The entity is engaging in things such as monitoring you, aware of what you're doing regarding your genitalia in a bathroom, sexual violence that you're subject to, you're unaware of that, however, unbeknownst to you, engaging in what is pedophilia, violating children. All right, this is what the Jezebel spirit, the demon possessed that are gang stalking by commercial planes, gang stalking by helicopter and police vehicles and fire trucks, gang stalking as a population, clutching the hands of their children while they're pedophiles who are gang stalking me. Absolutely. Absolutely. The fake sun is here, and it is remaining over the same Chevron after 4 in the afternoon. License 9FLR485. That's a pedophile. Okay, these are sex offenders. And understand the sexual violence inherent to gang stalking, always going out of your way to touch me. You have to be in the bathroom while you're stalking. You're already monitoring and keeping under surveillance everything that's happening. But you have to be in the bathroom while I'm getting nude. You have to be in there and monitor, create noise in the engineered light. These are sex offenders that, again, lust after my genitalia. These are the pedophiles that are gang stalking, including this pedophile that has a group of children with her. Again, license 8JLZ611, a Latina female. And if these gang stalkers are immigrants, they're being deported. As we can get rid of as many pedophiles as possible. As many of them as possible. It is currently 8:07 a.m. This is P.O.C. I'm going to capture images. I already took a screenshot because where I'm at 415 North Euclid Avenue, where the Ontario Fire is gang stalking on video, that fake sun is in alignment to me, and that is the same area. You just can't see the Chevron logo because Chevron is steps away to, which would be, as I am facing east, it is north of my person. And so that's why you can't see it in the image, but I'm looking at Chevron, it's across the street. But I'll go ahead and take a picture here because I showed you a screenshot. So you can see the image where I'm at. They're all right here. The OVITT Family Community Library, Euclid Avenue, in between Holt Boulevard, not extending beyond G Street, okay? Except for when I get on Omnitrends, and I documented that already. And what are these demons driving under? What are they driving in? What are they accomplishing while the fake sun doesn't move? They're all stalking. License 9HKM305. The entity is engaging in this, and it's a short radius with regard to a Chevron across the street. So I'm going to capture an image of the fake sun here. This is where it was over the top of my head, just like at Starbucks. Jason DeMond is gang stalking while the fake sun is visible through the entrance doors at 6:41 in the morning on July 4, 2025, where he committed kidnapping as an entity. The demons that put their hands on me are the ones that are going to federal prison. He's going to federal prison for gang stalking in the first place. They're threatening your life while they're bearing weapons and then controlling a narrative as to why they, while as police officers, have felt the need to shoot someone, felt the need to take their life. And guess whose narrative controls? Not the one that's 6 feet under. Not the one whose death is going to be investigated. And with regard to what happened and how they died is controlled by those same demons, those same gang stalking pedophiles. All right, the threat is far too substantial with regard to the entity's criminal conduct. They're already engaged in criminal conduct. You do not then also have due process rights with regard to your job that you think that you have a right to maintain and fight to keep, while you're delusional, you're gang stalking. And the Ontario Police Department have already demonstrated how they are absolutely, I mean, it is absurd. Everybody sees them as the terrorists that they are. Everybody that is witnessing this throughout the country. Everybody in the world, if you don't know what the Constitution is in the United States and the significance of what the Ontario Police Department is doing in violation of it, you are witnessing some egregious, shameful conduct by a corrupt police department. They have gone beyond embarrassing themselves. They've already conceded that they're corrupt. They've already conceded that they're demons. And you need to know that they're also pedophiles. And they engage in this gang stalking system to protect pedophilia. Okay, it is currently 8:09 a.m. and at 506 North Euclid Avenue, the natural environment would not include the sun being at this same venue, let alone being over the top of my head. But that's what I documented yesterday afternoon. That's the pattern of conduct. You have the fake sun over me. If we could just compare 11:45 a.m. over the top of my head at Starbucks, which is across the street. I'm looking at it right now. And while I'm standing at Chevron, it's over the top of my head at 4:56 in the evening. Big picture, California Highway Patrol is gang stalking by filling up their gas tank in the specific environment, targeting. The entity is doing so at 6 in the morning. The fake sun is still here, visible through the drive-through window of the demons that are gang stalking, working at the Starbucks after 7 p.m. And this is where the Ontario Fire Department, the Ontario Police Department, the Ontario International Airport are engaging in state surveillance, gang stalking pedophiles. And they show their ongoing impunity with regard to openly engaging in terrorism. They're openly engaging in what you need to understand is pedophilia and that system of pedophilia, which gang stalking is centered around. Okay? It is currently 8:10 a.m. 9 HKM 305. This is P.O.C. 6LEL 208, 9HGM 848, 9FEH 194. They're all engaged in criminal summoning inside of the Chevron where the fake sun is over. And the African-American puppet, all right, these are pedophiles that work for the Ontario Fire Department. No coincidence that they're targeting by going into the venue to engage in criminal summoning by stalking in line inside of the Chevron. Okay, this African-American is engaging in the P.O.C. and this is exhibiting mental illness. That's psychopathic behavior by the average psychopath that is working under the corrupt leadership of Michael GERKEN, who's going to be removed from office. All right, these demons are engaging in what is a federal prosecution, which is equal opportunity. This puppet's license plate is 1592101. He is gang stalking while the entity sounds sirens. The sirens sound specifically while crossing path with Chevron that's under the fake sun right now at 8:20 a.m. Remember, it's still here at 4:57 p.m. yesterday. License 80523B1, license 9LWG210. These demons are on camera. I'm taking pictures of a bunch of sex offenders who are under the fake sun while that fake sun is still here well into the afternoon. And that's the federal RICO case against Chevron that's engaging in what is profiting their businesses, including the elements of monitoring, while ongoing domestic terrorism is underway. And the state enters into that venue to share in that terrorism and that unlawful threat because the pedophile Michael GERKEN and all these gang stalking demons driving fire trucks and vehicles with the fire department logo on them are engaging in what is exhibiting hostility because their sexual violence, their obsession with me, their gang stalking is being documented. There's no coincidences there. That's P.O.C. I heart BOGTA. All right, this psychopath is engaging in the pattern of conduct, and you'll see him up close in images. These are the demons that are being removed from the positions that they hold. All right, the entity that's bearing weapons, representing the police department in this city, communicating an unlawful threat while they gang stalk in the same manner, by the way, while they're entering into Starbucks, stalking me under the fake sun. Hostile because they're exposed as sex offenders, obsessing over my vagina. And you're mad because I'm exposing you for obsessing over my vagina. Those are the psychopaths that are stalking in helicopters all night long, doing so where the fake sun rose at that same address in alignment to me in the morning, where the demons are engaging in repeated acts of criminal summoning, only sounding the sirens on that vehicle as they drive by the Chevron, where I'm taking pictures of all those stalkers in line. That's the extent to which Chevron, that's the extent to which the entity is engaging in gang stalking you inside of little markets like 7-Eleven and Chevron, inside of Walmart and Stater Brothers, on the roads and the highways, inside of the hotel, inside of your apartment. This is what Tracy Banks was doing, stalking inside of her apartment. Department, that's exactly what you're doing in the specific environment. These demons are delusional, and they are not ready for the legal analysis to prosecute them for the malicious pattern of conduct that they're engaging in. You will be prosecuted where you live. And psychopaths like Tracy Banks, she needs to be put in the asylum where she's going. All right, she's stalking with the Ontario Fire Department and the Ontario International Airport. That fake sign is remaining over this same parking lot where I'm present yesterday afternoon, because I captured that fake sign over me at Chevron, and then I walked through the same parking lot where the downtown Ontario luxury apartments at 320 West G Street, and that fake sign is over me in the middle of the afternoon. That's where the entity is concentrating plane activity right now, stalking as a whole airport. You're looking at the extreme means to which, the extreme lengths to which the demon-possessed, who are the living dead, who worship genitalia, who engage in pedophilia, who engage in what are stalking as a population, the extent to which they go to engage in surveillance. And this is speaking to the public corruption. All right, and there are so many resources that are wasted, and there are so many built-in resolutions when this pedophile Paul Leon is removed from office, when this pedophile, this sex offender, this psychopath Michael Gerken, who's engaging in gang stalking through the little puppets working for the Ontario Fire Department, wanting to be next to me and stalk me while they exhibit demon possession, stalking under the fake sign in an engineer light, manifesting using their truck lights and the sirens while they drive by. That's a psychopath, a demon-possessed psychopath's iteration of exhibiting hostility. How do they engage in, how do demons that are engaging in exhibiting hostility, they're shining light on you. That's a psychopath. Those are demons. Shining light on you. Getting really loud activity. Those are demons. Pacing back and forth like the demons are doing by a commercial plane flying over this San Bernardino County Housing Authority. The more that I documented last night, the more and more planes that are not published on the Ontario International website are being documented, which is the pattern of conduct of psychopaths. They engage in more relevant positioning, more pacing. They engage in more amplified audible activity. They engage in light activity. And the entity is doing so while they are hostile to the documentation about the truth about what they're engaging in. If you don't want to be exposed as a pedophile, then stop violating children. License 8LKA753. License 52546X2. That's Illumi Soul. And I am at the same location that I was at yesterday, and the fake sun is over me in the afternoon, where demons like 9AHR014, stalking, 6SXV547, stalking. License 71274Z2, stalking. Let me show you the fake sun where these psychopaths are stalking as a population. Demons that are together worshiping and lusting over my vagina, and they also have a tendency to engage in violating children. They're pedophiles. That's what the gang stalkers are doing, sounding sirens, stalking me while I'm inside of the Chevron. Because they're mad, because the evidence that I publish on the internet is conclusive evidence about them stalking one person as a whole department. While they engage in repeating the same conduct, it is the same P.O.C. All right, that's the lack of logic with regard to the fake sun. The more that you keep the fake sun, it will never become the natural environment. And I captured that image right now. You'll see the fake sun at 8:25 a.m. So I'll go ahead and show you a screenshot of that, because it's over the same downtown apartments where the Ontario International Airport's having a field day, just flying plane after plane over this apartment complex where the fake sun, that's also relevant to them stalking me, as the entity is keeping that specific environment where demons are pacing up and down. That's the hostility of Michael Gerken. The hostility of pedophiles, as I document them by department. The Ontario Fire Department, P.O.C. The Ontario Police Department is being disbanded. That's what Michael Gerken's engagement in the pattern of conduct exhibits. The Ontario Police are going to be disbanded, and they're going to federal prison. All right, it's currently 8:26 a.m. And the fake sign is over me where the Ontario Police are stalking in the path, just like they are. And at 1:07 p.m. at the entrance of the OVITT Family Community Library under the fake sign as I'm coming from Starbucks, as I documented, I believe, June 27, 2025. And they are engaging what is tracking my steps, engaging in criminal summoning, engaging in what is documentation, monitoring the documentation, and psychopaths engage in psychological torture and documented acts of threatening conduct by kidnappers. And they're going to federal prison for that. This is what Alex Escobar is going to federal prison for. This is what Jason Dumont's going to federal prison for. This is P.O.C. It's currently 8:27 a.m. So I'm going to show you the fake sign that's over the same building that it is yesterday. After 4 p.m. when I'm walking back from Chevron, the fake sign is over the same location where the Ontario Police are stalking. Vehicle 1122, stalking with the Ontario International Airport. So let me show you that, because you're always looking at the combination of elements. That's Delta Airlines, stalking with the Ontario Police. Of course, it's Corey Watson. He takes his going to federal prison as a joke. I want you to see the fake sun that's over me while they're stalking in the path. And these are the two clowns that were inside of Starbucks during the 9 a.m. hour, where the sun would not still be present on that street, visible through those windows, as I'm there at capturing video at 6:41 in the morning. This is the ongoing gang stalking by demons who are engaging in what is exhibiting mental illness, while Corey Watson always has a smile on his face. Gang stalking, that's not friendly, it's psychopathic. They do so under the fake sun while they're engaged gang stalking. Corey Watson is driving license 1697700. He engaged in criminal summoning with Securitas, and so did this little puppet, license 1697636. Vehicle number 1119. The fake sun's over the same location where it was yesterday afternoon. The Ontario International Airport, that's Delta Airlines, that's engaged in audible activity, crossing paths with the Ontario Police Department, that is gang stalking. These are demons. Corey Watson is under the fake sun on June 16, 2022, engaging in kidnapping with the OVITT Family Community Library, where the fake sun is present right now at 8:28 a.m. He's going to federal prison, okay? And so is this demon. He's going to federal prison as well. They're going to federal prison. This is ongoing psychological torture. The Ontario police are at this entrance in June of 2025 at 1:07 p.m. where I'm coming from, where Corey Watson likes to gang stalk with the people of the state at 507 North Euclid Avenue, where you saw the sun at 8 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, where Jason DeMont's criminal presence in the path is speaking to the specific environment while the Ontario police are there at 6 o'clock in the evening gang stalking by helicopter. This is P.O.C. They're both going to federal prison. This is P.O.C. The Ontario International Airport, Delta Airlines is stalking here while I'm approaching. This is tracking your steps, engaging in the criminal element of monitoring. They're demons. They're demons. All right, this is P.O.C. He likes to document. He likes to gang stalk so much. Let's get him up close and personal. He's going to federal prison. This is the fake I'm capturing images right now. It is currently, again, 8:29 a.m. That's P.O.C. The pattern of conduct by the Ontario Police Department, it is as exclusive, meaning I have so much evidence, we can focus in on the gang stalking by the Ontario Police at all the venues, and you will see the entity that is stalking as demons in that specific environment. Targeting with the Ontario Police's license 5YVR177, and these are pedophiles, including Corey Watson. Corey Watson is a pedophile, and so is his gang stalking puppet that likes to follow him around. He's going to federal prison. They're both engaging in targeting together while demons are stalking using commercial planes under the fake sun that's at the same OVITT Family Community Library after 6 p.m. That's where they're engaging in the pattern of conduct. Corey Watson, badge number 80548, he's going to federal prison. He's engaging in kidnapping on June 16, 2022. The fake sun is over this entrance 2 hours from now, 2.5 hours from now, and after 6 p.m. where you've seen the fake sun. Okay, again, that's license plate 1697700. The entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct. That's P.O.C. That's the entity that engages in that as I document the pedophiles of the Ontario Fire Department, the pedophiles of the Ontario Police Department, and they're engaged in the same tactic. That's what they did as I'm documenting in June of 2025. And as I walked to the OVITT Family Community Library, a group of 3 puppets, demons wearing uniforms who are pedophiles, they're present at this venue under the fake sun at the entrance, and then they quietly get in their vehicles and they drive off while they're engaging in the elements of monitoring. In order to threaten your life, the demon-possessed gang-stalking police officers who engage in a pattern of criminal summoning and kidnapping and manufacturing information in order to substantiate kidnapping, they do so silently, okay? But they're doing so as demons. But I just want to be clear, those demons get in their vehicles, they're gang stalking. They're moving their vehicles in slight activity. They're under the fake sun, they're stalking. They're tracking my steps, they're specifically targeting me. And they're doing so as psychopaths wearing police uniforms, and you're not supposed to be identified. That's recognizing that mental illness. Because you're not supposed to be aware of the fact that they're stalking because the demons thought that they were they really think that they're slick and they're not. The fake sun remains there. The fake sun is there now. The sun in the natural environment would not still be over the entrance at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, like I documented yesterday, where Corey Watson and his partner are gang stalking. Those are pedophiles. And that's a pedophile. Corey Watson is a pedophile that keeps a smile plastered on his face. When you're violating children, it's also not funny and entertaining. That's psychopathic. It's not normal and disarming conduct. That's a psychopath. And he is a pedophile and facilitating pedophilia while he's engaged in a heavy documentation of targeting me in the city of Ontario. That's P.O.C. It's currently 8:32 a.m. Those images will be uploaded to the Google Drive. And that's federal prison. Gang stalking police officers are going to federal prison. The Ontario Police is gang stalking while I'm at 415 South Euclid Avenue, knowing exactly where I'm at, knowing exactly the status of my panties. Those are the sex offenders that are stalking in plain sight, like I just documented. Corey Watson, those 2 puppets, gang stalking. And they're doing so with knowledge. They were gang stalking all this morning using helicopters. where the fake sun is also then rising hours later. That is targeting by that department, a department full of pedophiles. And Corey Watson is gang stalking. That's not a different or distinct iterate. That's the same exact pattern of conduct. They're stalking, and they just engaged in stalking right in front of your face. That's exactly why you're going to federal prison. And these are the demons that Tracy Banks is conspiring against me with. These are the demons that criminally defame me and kidnap me, which Tracy Banks relied on in order to steal my money and my property. And because pedophiles have conspired my death, pedophiles have engaged in criminal defamation, while these pedophiles are stalking as a corrupt government system, the pedophiles are going to federal prison. And that includes Corey Watson. That includes his partner that I just documented. Again, I documented him. That's impunity. You're going to federal prison for that. You're going to federal prison on occasion number one. Gang stalking police officers go to federal prison. I documented this puppet on more than one occasion. He's going to federal prison. All right? The entity is engaging in this while they are targeting with the people of the state. And the Ontario Police Department, all of their strategies are outdated, archaic. License plate 6FPX936. They engage in stalking all night long, everywhere that I'm at, under a fake sun, and then they sit around cheesing like a delusional psychopath like Corey Watson, like as though you forgot all that evidence. There's a body of evidence, and there's nothing entertaining. There's nothing that is copacetic about the entity that is engaging in gang stalking. And Delta Airlines is gang stalking, right? That's the evidence you'll see. And the pattern of conduct. The gang stalkers that are calling it police training. July 14, 2025. This same intersection at 7:14 a.m., 7:15 a.m. And they called it police training. Who was flying over the building at 303 North Euclid Avenue? The Ontario International Airport. They're engaging in gang stalking. When the entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct, the Ontario International Airport is a means of amplified audible activity, maintaining aerial surveillance while psychopaths like Corey Watson keep a smile on their face. And that's supposed to be some sort of distraction to you. That is very disturbing. He's a psychopath, and he's a pedophile. He thinks that a smile makes him appear less threatening, and it doesn't, because the pattern of conduct is the pattern of conduct. He's particularly sick because of the smile that he keeps on his face while he's engaging in egregious and psychopathic and sexually perverted criminal conduct, terrorism, and he keeps a smile on his face while he's engaging in terrorism. That's an antisocial disorder. Okay, that's not normalcy, and that's not disarming at all. And this is the same location across the street where the fake sun is present at 7:14, and that Department of Demons called it police training, and the fake sun is still there at 6:22 p.m., where I show you images of the same exact location where the fake sun doesn't go anywhere. That's where the Ontario International Airport is sharing and gang stalking with the Ontario Police Department. The Alan D. WAPNER and Mike LORENZ are sharing in the criminal engagement in the pattern of conduct, as is Michael GERKEN. Every department engaging in the P.O.C., and these are pedophiles. They're pedophiles. This is P.O.C. It's currently 8:35 a.m. at the Ontario Town Square. That is AMR. Oh no, that's Ontario. Oh, California Highway Patrol, even better. Gang stalking, you know that they're monitoring. They're at Chevron at 6 in the morning, gang stalking under the fake sun. By stalking in the path at that environment where I just captured the fake sun right now during the 8 a.m. hour. 2 hours earlier is where California Highway Patrol is gang stalking at 506 North Euclid Avenue. And they're also gang stalking evident through the maintenance of that fake sun, showing how targeting is underway, which the California Highway Patrol is fully engaging in while being at that address. And that fake sun is remaining after the state departs from that venue, showing who is being targeted and the demons who are targeting them. Understand, in the same way that it's a target, in the same way that the environment is showing who is being targeted, it's the environment that is targeting the demons who are engaging in criminal monitoring. It's a bullseye, okay? It's showing who's engaging in the P.O.C., and that's California Highway Patrol. The entities engaged in this P.O.C. as I turn on my laptop. That's California Highway Patrol, and the Ontario Police are being disbanded while they come and engage in the criminal elements of monitoring as a corrupt law enforcement agency in the city of Ontario, where Ontario PD is gang stalking with them. All right, they're doing the same thing with the Ontario International Airport. The Ontario Police Department is gang stalking with them. They're doing the same thing with the people of the state whose all of its activity is amplified. The Ontario Police Department is gang stalking with them, and then the Ontario Police Department participate in the pattern of conduct like Corey Watson and his demon-possessed partner just engaged in. They're both demons. They're both pedophiles. They're both engaging in a corrupt system that is centered on the maintenance and protection of a system of sex trafficking children. Pedophilia. Okay, while Corey is cheesing from ear to ear. This is a pedophile. And so are the demons that are gang stalking, facilitating that. And it includes California Highway Patrol, that I have a body of evidence against as well. Okay, the sun is not ever in the natural environment going to be over Victorville's California Highway Patrol office, but that's what I documented over my head at the office of the California Highway Patrol in Victorville, California, where, by the way, the entity is also gang stalking me at the Holiday Inn in Victorville under the fake sun and engineered light at nightfall, stalking by helicopter, the hallmark, keeping that fake sun over me in Victorville, where California Highway Patrol is a gang stalking corrupt arm of the state. So is the entity that is gang stalking me in Pomona, California at another Starbucks, the same corrupt company where California Highway Patrol is in the morning under the fake sun, that same fake sun that remains there setting at that Pomona Starbucks off of Temple in Pomona, California, which is already sitting on the record. California Highway Patrol is a gang stalking corrupt arm of the government. They're engaging the P.O.C. in the city of Ontario, and the Ontario Police Department is being disbanded for it. The Ontario Police Department should not have provided hundreds and hundreds of videos of and ongoing evidence of them not only engaging in gang stalking, but targeting me by making up reasons to be in my presence based on their obsession with me while they're stalking. And when you have police departments that are obsessed with you, not obsessed, there's no good obsession. Okay, obsession is of the devil. Okay, the entities engaging in what is exhibiting obsession while you're a police department, understand that those obsessed police departments engage in kidnapping. It's not a good thing when the law enforcement are demons who are obsessed with you. That's why the Ontario police have committed so many kidnappings. They're going to be disbanded. And that's the City of Ontario gang stalking with California Highway Patrol, who strolled right on through. And let me be clear, it's relevant to what it is that I document. That's not a coincidence when I'm reminding you about evidence that the demon-possessed that are always focusing on the second-by-second conduct because they're stalkers who they're not able to, they're literally, when you are of Satan, you are a dummy. I don't care how educated you become a dummy. And the entities engaging in what is listening to what I stated in my documentation, and that's how you have California Highway Patrol. That's why you have California Highway Patrol gang stalking. They're doing so pursuant to federal stalking. I'm uploading evidence onto the video of the internet. California Highway Patrol is monitoring, and so is the same city of Ontario. And they get the idea while they listen to me, the leader, who they are following into federal cells and asylums. That's where they're following. I'm leading them right to what is their demise: a federal prosecution and federal prison, disbanding, removal from office, exposure as a state and as a population. Speaking to what you need to be aware of is filling the country, psychopaths that are actually mentally ill, mental illness that is no longer closeted. That's where they're being led, while they're following the federal prosecutor, because that's what I am. I'm prosecuting the demon-possessed. It is currently 8:50 a.m. That's federal stalking under the guise of what is criminal summoning. California Highway Patrol is doing so while the fake sun's over the Ontario Town Square. What's the difference between the Ontario Police Department doing so in helicopter? It's the same criminal elements of monitoring. The answer is, there is no difference. It's the same elements of monitoring. The entity is always engaging in the same P.O.C., doing it through the amplification of motorcycle versus amplified helicopter activity versus amplified sirens versus amplified sound of birds chirping in the sky, in the trees. It's like the birds are on a microphone. Everything is amplified in volume. Okay, the entity is engaging in what is a very specific pattern of conduct, and it doesn't matter how it is underway with regard to recognizing it. But it does matter when law enforcement is gang stalking. That's speaking to federal prison. It is axiomatic. Gang stalking police officers are going to federal prison, okay? So that's the P.O.C. It's under the fake sun at 8:51 a.m. That's also how you know that there is no difference. You're talking about iterations of the same pattern of conduct. You're talking about modes of the same behavior, the same criminal conduct. A common scheme, okay, is what they're engaging in. And the entity's doing it while the fake sun, you already know, is remaining at the Ontario Town Square. That's speaking to who the California Highway Patrol is targeting, and it is me, and there's a body of evidence against California Highway Patrol. The sun is never in Azusa, California, where California Highway Patrol is gang stalking me on the roads and the highways, engaging in criminal summoning, pacing up. The California Highway Patrol is documented gang stalking me on the roads and the highways. I have a wealth of documentation, including in Ontario, California Highway Patrol gang stalking, okay? That's what the city of Ontario just utilized, and it's the same prosecution. My documentation is complete without any exception. It is currently 8:52 a.m. This is P.O.C. All right, flying over my head in a small red and white plane. And what is over my head is the fake sun that is moving along the same street, moving in alignment to me in the direction that I go. Went north as I went to Chevron, south as I'm at the Ontario Town Square, rising in alignment to me, the same location where the Ontario International Airport was concentrating plane activity, the Ontario Police concentrating helicopter activity, the Ontario Fire Department concentrating the use of their sirens and the use of their truck. Criminals that are stalking in fire trucks. Mental illness that is no longer closeted. Okay? This is P.O.C. It's 9:07 a.m. and I'm going to show you the fake sun that's at 224 North Euclid Avenue, where this fake sun is evidence of the government stalking in a small white and red plane. The same elements of monitoring are present, the same specific environment. And they're doing so at 9:08 a.m. where the fake sun is still here after 6 p.m. That's P.O.C. 9:13 a.m. and of course the plane activity is maintained south of my person as I have moved south, migrated south on the same street where the fake sun is still over me at the Ontario Town Square, and this is where the entity is concentrating plane activity, flying west, hovering over the Ontario Town Square. The entity is not maintaining plane activity north of my person, where 415 North Euclid Avenue where they were, nor over Chevron at 506 North Euclid Avenue where they were last night. As I migrate, so do the planes. The entity is maintaining ongoing plane activity to the south side of my person, doing so in the specific environment. Very obvious, putting a target on the defendants who are engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring the state of California, while the city of Ontario is engaging in surveillance in the city, doing so while I am converting the video documentation of the Ontario Fire Department engaging in criminal summoning under the 6:40 a.m. fake sun. Big picture, it's 9:14 a.m. So this is over 2.5 hours later, and the fake sun, or approximately 2.5 later, the fake sun is still over me at the same street. It has not deviated any direction west. And you know that it's not going to. That's how I have yesterday, that same fake sun that remains over the OVITT Family Community Library after 4 o'clock, where Corey Watson and his partner are gang stalking me this morning during the 8 a.m. hour under that fake sun, tracking my steps, communicating an unlawful threat as an entity, where this gang stalking airport is engaging in surveillance with that police department. It's currently 9:14 a.m. This is P.O.C. at Ontario Town Square. Alrighty, here's the Ontario Police engaged in bathroom monitoring. They're monitoring my vagina inside of the OVITT Family Community Library, where the entity has the fake sun, where Corey Watson and his partner were gang stalking this morning. Sun is present at 8 o'clock and 4 p.m. in the evening. They're crossing paths with these demons that are stalking with light, lining the path, stalking while I'm documenting. So this is P.O.C. This is, again, where the entity had the fake sun over this apartment complex. This is the luxury downtown apartments where the fake sun is over me at 4 in the afternoon, and also as I'm documenting 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning. The Ontario Police are gang stalking, and they're engaged in bathroom monitoring. So I'm going to document some sex offenders while the Ontario Police are engaged in that pattern of conduct. They're sharing in psychological torture. They're sharing in the sex offense of monitoring genitalia. Stalking in the path, that's a demon that's aiming light on the wall. And they know very well that the Ontario Police are intending to engage in that act of terrorism by helicopter. License 9CSG859. That's federal prison, by the way. These are sex offenders sitting in the parking garage where the fake sun remains over this apartment complex all day long as I've been documenting. 8FZR 107. And the Ontario Police relies on the sex offenders to maintain presence in an environment where a fake sun remains all day long. Remember, this is the parking garage where the entity has engineer light all over the ceiling. These are demons, and they're stalking with the Ontario Police. This is P.O.C. This is all Title 18 federal stalking, all engaging in that with the Ontario Police Department, engaging in ambush conduct, just like they are stalking at 415 South Euclid Avenue, where the entity is stalking all night long, where the Ontario International Airport, stalking all night long, 9MLG035, 8LJH431, and they're maintaining the elements of monitoring, 8NHB830, and the venue itself. Remember, OVITT Family Community Library is stalking as I walk out, and I want to document this is the entity. That's impossible light that you see right there. That's impossible light. These are demons. They're engaging in light activity. This is P.O.C. So I just want to show you the entities engaging in that pattern of conduct, and these are the demons that are manifesting in front of your eyes. There's nothing that you're doing creating that light activity.
All right, that's P.O.C. That wasn't a body walking in front of the headlights. That's engineered light. That demon that's monitoring my vagina, license 9NXS903, engaging in gang peace. And this is the entity that does so, doesn't look at you, doesn't address you. They're demons that are sex offenders. These are the pedophiles gang stalking in the city of Ontario. This is P.O.C. Currently, 9:01 p.m. And this is again why the Ontario Police is being disbanded. This is public corruption. It's also sexual violence. It's the entity engaging in what is domestic terrorism, and it's psychological torture while engaging in surveillance, as the people of the state are, and they're outwardly conducting themselves like this. They're stalking an engineer light under a fake sun, under a fake moon, and with the government that's stalking in planes and helicopters. That's P.O.C. Those are pedophiles. They're pedophiles. The entity that's gang stalking, these are pedophiles engaged in sex trafficking of children. They're the same ones engaging in gang stalking. 6HFS746 is stalking in the path to maintain light, maintaining a presence of the path while I walk outside. That's a stalker. That's also a demon. These are the pedophiles that are gang stalking, by the way. 6HFS746, the Ontario Police gang stalking via the people. P.O.C. This is 320 West G Street in Ontario, California. P.O.C. Stalking in the path, rise light. Ontario Police maintaining what is surveillance. Well, that's an Asian male. If they're not natural-born citizens, you're going to deport them. They're acting with impunity. The entities engaged in the pattern of conduct in charging the Teslas is where the fake sun and engineer light is present. It's the same pattern of conduct. And they're engaged in the corporate sex offense. They're monitoring my vagina in the bathroom, where they engage in ambush conduct, and the police engage in stalking in a helicopter upon my exit of that venue. That's P.O.C. It is currently 9:02 p.m. Alrighty, the video you just listened to is documentation of the sex offenders. These are the pedophiles who are engaged in gang stalking with the City of Ontario. That's Mike Lorenz, while the entity is stalking, engaging in the elements of monitoring via helicopter. They were also engaging in monitoring my vagina, just like I'm stating, upon my exit, and the demons are always escorting out, maintaining the elements of monitoring. The demons are not being polite, holding the door for you. They're stalking in the path, maintaining presence and light activity, and the entity does so by helicopter to engage in what is threatening, the highest form of threatening conduct by the state. License 6HFS746 is seen on video stalking in the path at the entrance of the parking garage, maintaining presence while the Ontario Police are stalking at the OVITT Family Community Library. And this is in the engineer light, and this is while the entities engage in surveillance all day long. Corey Watson and his partner are stalking, like I stated this morning, like I captured this morning, under the fake sun. And if you'll recall, the entity is maintaining that fake sun, and I'm there at 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm there also at that same location where they are stalking in the path, and doing so where you are demons wearing police uniforms. Those are the demons that are subject to federal prison in the same way that you're going to federal prison for gang stalking as a corrupt law enforcement agency that's engaging in the hallmark of stalking in helicopters, exhibiting mental illness, high level of malicious conduct, psychopathic behavior that is inherent to that. This is what the Ontario Police Department are doing on a ceaseless basis, as they are fully exposed as engaging in obsessing over me and stalking me 24 hours a day. This morning at 8:29 a.m., the Ontario Police are stalking under that fake sun that's at this OVITT Family Community Library, and I'm capturing the fake sun in that same position where Corey Watson and his partner are parked this morning at 4:59 p.m. Okay, this is the parking garage where demons are stalking. 9LVP934. That's a sex offender. These are the pedophiles that I'm exposing. They are engaging in the gang stalking system. These are the demons that are engaging in what is maintaining a child sex ring while they are engaging in this corrupt system, exposing public corruption by pedophiles who are gang stalking me. 9FKT890, 8YGF540, 8CTP894, and this parking garage are filled with demons engaging in surveillance. They're all stalking in the path. A whole bunch of people, in other words, maintaining presence in the parking garage with regard to crossing a path as I walk out, making sure that there is always somebody. In other words, what the demons are concerned with is making sure that someone is always around to maintain a body in that environment, a stalker, okay? And they're all demons. 7ZWG577. And this is video of the Ontario Police that are stalking with the people of the state. All right, license 9UCC976. The entire apartment complex, like I documented, where the Ontario International Airport was flying over it. The entire complex, the downtown luxury Ontario apartments. There's nothing luxurious about this. These are demons who are stalking, and they're sex offenders. They're all monitoring my vagina. So I don't think that there's anything particularly
prestigious about this venue. They're a bunch of sex offenders stalking with the police, and they're pedophiles. So the entities engaged in the P.O.C, they're demons that live under a fake sun that are engaging in surveillance as a way of life, and they're doing so by maintaining surveillance in a parking garage, and there's nothing particularly prestigious or impressive about that. And also downtown, generally speaking, is an unimpressive city. I'm just here pursuant to prosecuting Tracy Banks. It is currently license plate 9FKT 890, 5SSS 513, license 1VEV 135, 7KZK 786, 9BCG 251, 9NCX 138, 9PCS 677, and this is again 320 West G Street. That's the location where I'm at right now. The entities engaged in the pattern of conduct, and they are all engaged in federal stalking as well. Federal stalking in violation of Title 18, Section 2261A, subsections 1 and 2. It's 9:07 p.m. Okay, license plate 8XEW268, 9GKW365, 9FFX 826, 8KJU869, 6JIZ185, 9NRN398, 8VBP537, 9EGG754. It's currently 9:09 p.m. 9MYU763. 8CYK738, in case I didn't read that one already. And 9BQB520, 9JZD464, 9FBR541, 9HOD647. The entity is sounding plane activity. Again, that it's noise and it's demonic, and it has nothing to do with planes. The demon-possessed are surrounding you in a demonic environment that you are no longer ignorant about. This is how you have a fake sun over your house from the beginning until the end of the day. The entity is surrounding this parking garage with the loud sound of like wind blowing. It is reminiscent of the sound of what they typically surround me with when planes are flying by, but it has nothing to do with an actual plane. They're stalking and monitoring while I'm in this parking garage, documenting sex offenders, monitoring my vagina, engaging in the sex offense surveillance all day long, the entire Ontario downtown luxury apartments at 320 West G Street. They're engaging in the pattern of conduct while the fake sun remains from sunrise until sunset, which I've documented, while the entities engage in police training at 303 303 that is Euclid Avenue, where the Ontario police are gang stalking at 7:15 in the morning. And when I walk out of the OVITT Family Community Library and the fake sun is still here, along this same apartment building, this same street, facing this same apartment complex at what is 6:22 in the evening. Ontario downtown luxury apartments are gang stalking as an establishment, as an apartment complex. It's not a private property. They're engaged in federal stalking with the police that are flying over me and stalking me as I'm walking by that apartment complex. They're monitoring my vagina while the apartment complex is a relevant position to the OVITT Family Community Library, where my vagina is being kept under surveillance by these gang stalkers, who are all pedophiles, gang stalking with the Ontario International Airport that's also maintaining surveillance using commercial planes where this apartment complex is located. They are currently engaging in surveillance on the venue of the internet, the Wi-Fi network, which is referred to as the Ontario Lux Guest. They're engaged in federal stalking under Title 18. License 8JXT310, 9ETT910, 12519H2, 8TLL102, 8SEJ001. And they're engaging in surveillance, all of them sitting in the, well, not every single last person, but demons congregating, getting in vehicles, spaced apart inside of the parking garage to make sure that somebody is there to drive by, to turn their vehicle on, to close a door, stalking in the path, and coming out engaging in that conduct while I'm documenting, okay? This is monitoring, 7UDL918, and that's what's happening when you're living in the specific environment. This is what Tracy Banks is doing. She's going to federal prison. She committed kidnapping with her co-defendant that's stalking by helicopter tonight. License 7EHR798. 9KPU 898 is a Latino male getting inside of his little Toyota Beater. That's activity creation, monitoring inside of the parking garage. License 9NSF 658, 6WDP 656, and 51440A4. 6WDP 656, and I read that one. Go ahead. 9TDU 315. And this is accomplishing monitoring while license 9KPU898 gets in their vehicle and drives off. That's relevant positioning, light activity, audible activity. The entity knows that I am on the Wi-Fi uploading the video of the Ontario Police gang stalking with the people of the state via helicopter. Okay, and big picture is the latest documentation. The Ontario Police are stalking at 2:51 in the morning on the same street where the fake sun is rising and where the fake sun is present on this same Euclid Avenue where this apartment complex is located. And in addition to that, the entity is gang stalking by Ontario Police. That audible activity, I'm logging on to the Wi-Fi network. Simultaneity of conduct, these are demons, these are not normal beings. These are not normal people. The ongoing noise is pursuant to what I'm doing on my device. These are demons who are monitoring, just like that license plate that I just read. He comes out moving his vehicle with regard to monitoring. All right, that's P.O.C. It's currently 9:13 p.m. Corey Watson, the Ontario Police are in the parking lot where this apartment complex is also located, and they're in the parking lot where the fake sun is present from morning until evening while they're parked in that parking lot, and they're engaging in what is stalking in doing so. I'm documenting the Ontario Fire Department. They don't like the truth of what they are and what they are facilitating and what they're protecting: pedophilia, sex trafficking of children, as gang stalkers engaging in the corrupt system of federal group stalking and monitoring, and the entity engages in the conduct such as stalking in the path with corrupt police departments who are engaged in monitoring and doing so under the guise of just being in your path for you to be in their presence, where they don't have to say a word to you, or they may say something to you. They can just harass you by stating anything to you. The entity is also harassing you by merely being in your path, gang stalking. Okay, it is also relevant because this entity is engaging in a pattern of kidnapping, and they're monitoring the documentation. And they're under the specific environment. That's all manner of what is a terrorizing threat, harassment, and psychological torture. This is where the entity is stalking by helicopter as I'm walking toward, that was Lemon. Yeah, walking on Lemon, walking toward I'm exiting the OVITT Family Community Library. Okay, so seconds after exiting, the Ontario Police that are engaged in surveillance all day long with demons that are sitting around stalking inside of a library flies over, stalking in the path, engaging the elements of monitoring via helicopter. Okay, that's what I want to make sure that's clear. And so I'm reading license plates of this. These are sex offenders that I'm documenting in what is an apartment complex that's engaging in the P.O.C. in the city of Ontario. And so is Securitas, 7UDL 918. Hello? Securitas? They're taking my property. Hello? Huh? Excuse me? That's my bag. Yeah, he's monitoring, coming to get my property. My property that's on the parking lot. This is not a security guard that's walking the grounds and doesn't know who I am, and this is a demon that's taking my property. I'm going to document him, though. This is P.O.C. It's 9:16 p.m. Hi, that's my bag.
Oh, that was your bag?
Oh, I thought you picked it up. Is it over there?
I
thought you put it on the... I was like, where are you going with my stuff?
It's because there's a lot of homeless people, so...
Yeah, that's mine. I'm getting it. Thank you. I thought you picked it up. That's why I started yelling. Sorry.
No, I did pick it up, but I put it on the side by the trash can.
Okay, that's fine. CY63V71, paper plate, monitoring with Securitas, with light activity. It's 9:16 p.m. All right, it's currently, and Securitas is engaged in monitoring as well, monitoring the video that I'm uploading onto the video of the internet right now. Oh wait, what did he say he did with my bag? Were the entities engaging in surveillance using a helicopter, waiting for you to come close enough, and then they're crossing path in a helicopter? The entity knows who you are. So this is a demon that's under the guise of engaging in security, and he is engaging in that pattern of conduct while he is driving the. I don't see no dumpster. While he is engaged in manning the grounds as a security guard. It's pacing. This is what Securitas is doing at the Ontario Town Square. While he's engaged in monitoring with the Ontario Police Department under the fake sun. You work under the fake sun, you're gang stalking. And this is breaking down the illusions where you're able to see bare bones criminal activity that is disguising itself under the illusion of normalcy, everybody minding their business, you're out in public, you're under the guise of private activity. For example, when you're at home, it's none of that. and the government is engaged in all manner of surveillance, and it's psychopathic and sexually perverted. All right, he moved my bag, so I'm going to ask him right now. It's 9:17 p.m. Where'd you move it?
You want me to give it right?
Where did you move my bag?
It's just on the other side of the building. Like
It's on the outside?
I could take it real quick. No worries. No problem.
No, I don't mind. I just didn't see it right
It's
now.
right here. Yeah.
Oh, I haven't been on a golf cart in
Well,
a
I'll show you
minute.
at least in the bottom where it's at, and then I'll just bring
You
it
didn't
up.
move it far, right? Because I didn't see
No.
it.
It's just the problem is that, like, a lot of the time, like, people think that it could be a bomb, because it's just kind of suspicious that it's
Oh, no, I get it. That's fine.
like,
I get it. Yeah.
so that's why I have it quick, and then once I saw it, I just pulled out, like,
Oh, no, I'm not tripping, bro. I just want to make sure I get my stuff back.
oh, no, I know where it's at. Yeah. Don't even take it the wrong way.
No, you're good.
Like,
That's why I figured you would look at that, so I was letting you know that's my bag. Oh, you did that quick.
Just in case it's somebody, I'm gonna leave it
I didn't even see you go that far.
Do you want me to take it back with you?
No, I'm good. Thank you. You too. Have a good night. Okay. It is currently 9:18 p.m. I had to make sure he gives me my property back. He's monitoring with the Ontario Police. This is the entity that is monitoring the Ontario Police that's lying in wait, stalking in a helicopter. This is the same exact location. He is monitored. That's Securitas. That's engaging in the pattern of conduct as well. Securitas is engaging in the pattern of conduct at the library as well as the Ontario Town Square. License plate, stalking with the Ontario Police. Pedophiles, JGU 747. That's an Alaska license plate. And they're engaged in federal stalking and driving by me. Okay, the entity is engaged in an unlawful intrusion in an ongoing federal case against the government, and that is relevant to the prosecution of the entire entity because it's inherent to the pattern of conduct. The government's crime not only is surveillance, conspiracy to murder, federal stalking under Title 18, but also the obstruction of justice, which is what the pattern of conduct is inherent acts of obstruction of justice. Okay, this is why you engage in stalking and engage in what is flight by two planes, and then the moment I start documenting, they restart the plane activity, and then they have 14 more planes based on what it is that I document as I document it. These are psychopaths, and that mental illness is a matter of documentation, and it's also criminal conduct with regard to a stalker that engages in even more threatening conduct the more that you document their stalking. And you're going to document stalkers because that's how you establish a pattern of conduct to prosecute stalkers. The government is a stalker, and the government is a demon-possessed stalker. Okay? When the government is a stalker, you have a case for domestic terrorism. When the government is stalking you with the population, you have an unprecedented case for domestic terrorism. Okay? And it is inherently psychologically harmful. But I've even broken down how the entity engages in psychological torture tactics. Literally stalking in planes and helicopters, stalking as a population, stalking amongst those that thought that they were going to be identified as strangers, and they're not. The entity is targeting a specific person, and they share knowledge of exactly who that person is while they engage in a behavioral pattern in a specific environment indiscriminately. In an identical manner. They know exactly who you are. They know what you're saying. They know what's going on with your genitalia. They know what you're documenting as well. All right? So anyway, this is the entity that's engaging in that, and the security guard is gang stalking with the same police that are stalking in helicopter. And also it's relevant to federal stalking while you're driving by. That's the criminal pattern of conduct. That's what's going on the roads and the highways. Federal stalking, the elements of monitoring, ongoing surveillance, the engineered environment affects internet, affects your communication devices, and it's a means of understand the demon-possessed that are monitoring you, even how frequently you're blinking, your breathing pattern, whether you're conscious and unconscious. That is also surveillance. It's an inhumane mode of surveillance, but it is surveillance, and I also have proven that as the pattern of conduct as you pay attention to their behavioral pattern, which is always happening in a specific environment, and it's relevant to when the audible activity is occurring, what it is that you're doing. They're monitoring your physical movements. They're monitoring what it is that you're doing. They're monitoring as you engage in thoughts about a particular thing that they're triggered by, all right, or that they are hostile to, like them being pedophiles, okay? Inside of the apartment building at Woodside, the 55 plus, those elderly demons had enough energy. They are equally relevant. It is equally relevant evidence for federal prison. The elderly are not going to be treated any less intensely as for any other prosecuted terrorists, and the elderly have demonstrated that they are no different, okay? That's how the law is, period. The law applies universally, uniformly, but I'm showing you with regard to a pattern of conduct that you are learning about Oh, Satan doesn't have an age. This is what you're learning. Satan doesn't have an age. Satan doesn't have a race. Satan doesn't have a language or a culture. Satan is a spirit. And you're looking at the equal, energetic third parties and state actors that are demon-possessed, gang stalking, okay? The virile 18-year-old, the elderly demon on a walker, liver spots, edema, okay? Balding, crusty skin and wrinkles, gang stalking with the same level of energy, same determination, okay? Same specific environment, same federal law, same prosecution, same criminality, okay? It's currently 9:23 p.m. The entity is monitoring online. I'm going to get a couple more license plates. The entity is engaging in federal stalking while I am uploading onto the venue of the internet. And I'm just going to go ahead and keep recording. But the Wi-Fi is disconnecting. I'm going to take a picture also of what I am connected to. It's Ontario Lux Guest. This is federal stalking, where the entity is engaging in surveillance. And there is no Wi-Fi network. There is no basis of privacy or public Wi-Fi. There is no disclaimer where you are accepting yourself from the prosecution for federal group stalking and monitoring, by the way. There's no disclaimer where you're getting out of that. So the entity is engaging in surveillance on the venue of the internet and violating federal law is not going to be some sort of exception made because you have a disclaimer or because the Wi-Fi network is on your grounds of your apartment complex only for your residents. I'm going to prosecute you. And federal law, there is no exception for engaging in state surveillance by the government at all, okay? So this is how you're understanding this is all unprecedented, and there are no laws that are barring documentation by the target individual. You're going to document. And the government that engages in obstruction trying to stop that, that's federal prison. By default, mandated federal prison. This is the government that's trying to murder you and get away with it and then having the audacity to tell you to shut up and stop documenting. You're not going to tell anybody that I'm conspiring to kill you, that I'm chasing you down, that I'm sexually violating you, that I'm harassing you and kidnapping you. You're not going to tell anybody that. That's what the entity has committed. You're going to federal prison for that. It's obstruction of justice as well. All right, these are, again, the psychopaths, the pedophiles that are engaging in what are abusing American citizens, kidnapping them, silencing them, oppressing them, ganging up on them, okay, and taking their lives, sexually violating them, murdering them, okay, stealing from them, defaming them. And then you have now they're coming across me, and none of that is going to work. Everything that you've done becomes a part of the body of evidence, and these fools are still gang stalking in the way in which the Ontario police are showing upon walking out the venue. The entity is engaged in the ongoing pattern of conduct. There's a body of evidence on the venue of the internet. Tracy Banks is going to federal prison. Jason Isaac Fields, federal prison. The entity that's engaging in monitoring me and conspired to gang stalk me in furtherance of murder did so in order to steal my property, my money, okay? And the government wants to get away with that. So the government engaged in targeting me. All right. The government is going to be prosecuted for that. For now, what is a fully established and proven criminal matter that the government is engaging in, surveillance. And within surveillance that is underway, targeting of American citizens whose lives are under threat. And your life is under threat, period, because the government doesn't have any legitimate interest in surveillance. This is not constitutionally authorized. This is something that is secretly underway. Your life is under threat while the government is engaging in surveillance without telling American citizens about it. Doing it while you're looking at the system of gang stalking being exposed, doing it with the people of the state in a manner that is, first of all, demented, and second of all, for the demise of that target individual, and thirdly, because in a manner that is supposed to be covert, but you're looking at it's not covert, it's not secret, it's also not intelligent. All right, this is the entity that has a fake sun over one street, over me on one street. And everything that the Ontario Police, the Ontario Fire, the Ontario International Airport, the people of the state living in the city of Ontario, every venue that I'm going to in Ontario, they're stalking. They are stalking. And then on that same street, the entity has the fake moon. Okay, that's the entity that is engaging in stalking, and they are very delusional. This is speaking to pedophiles. Pedophiles are engaging in the system of gang stalking. They traffic children. They engage in sex with children. They engage in what is violating children in order to steal their innocence. It's what the demon-possessed are thinking that they derive some sort of spiritual power. They don't. They're deceived by Satan. Satan makes them pedophiles. Satan makes them sex offenders. Satan makes them increasingly wicked. That's what they're gaining. They're gaining more of a seared spirit. They're gaining what is the lessening of a conscience. They're gaining a greater appetite for sexual violence. That's what they're gaining. Okay, they're losing more and more of their humanity. They are in sin, in darkness. But the demons are under, the demon possessed that walk with Satan, that encourages these things, that causes them to do these things, that makes them think that they're engaging in some sort of exchange, some sort of blessing from Satan. Satan wants you to engage in pedophilia in order to get a blessing from him, just to put generally speaking. But the entity, they're nothing but sex offenders. They're nothing but sex offenders, and the entities engaged in violating children, and the people of the state that are gang stalking, these are the ones that are engaging, and that includes the Ontario Police Department, as you know. The entities engaging in what is this pattern of conduct, which is inherently sexually violent as well. So nonetheless, the entities sounding, what you hear, train activity. Okay, this is the same method everywhere in the city of Ontario. This is the unintelligent entity that keeps the fake sun over one street, keeps the fake moon, and not just on one street, over me on one street. Okay, it would be one thing if it kept it over T-Mobile at Euclid and Holt, and I'm looking at it from a distance. I'm, oh, look at the sun. It's remaining over T-Mobile all day long over there. But that's not what the entity is doing. The entity keeps the fake sun over me on one street in Ontario, in conformity to a pattern of conduct, not over other people in Ontario on the street where I'm located. It's over me, where everybody around me, where impossible audible activities such as inexplicable sounds of roaring air, okay, that's supposed to be plane activity. The demons are psychopaths. It's an entire cartoon environment. It's all fake. The sun is fake. The moon is fake. The noises that you hear, it's demonic activity right in plain view. You're going to prosecute the entity because they are living in what is a series of illusions. And those illusions not only are psychopaths surrounding and stalking, engaging in criminal conduct, these illusions make what is certifiable people for mental illness. All right, the entity that's engaging in the P.O.C, and that includes the demons of the Ontario Police Department, many of whose name and badge numbers, you know, they are certifiable. And they're going to be treated as the mental health patients that they are. They're going to get the assistance that the documentation proves that they need and that they are pleading for as they are being documented and it's being put on the internet. Okay, it's currently 9:29 p.m. The entity is engaged in what is amplified train activity. The amplified audible activity is the entity exhibiting mental illness in the same way that impossible light activity and the fake sun is exhibiting mental illness by the entity that is engaged in gang stalking. Okay, and it's also exposing the people of the state that are gang stalking, including license 9EGG754. The entity is turning off the lights. It's dimmer inside of the parking garage while they're monitoring. That's called light activity, while train noise is the guise of audible activity, and a bunch of demons are monitoring while that is underway. License plate, light activity while this demon crosses path. License 9TKJ616 while the train activity is sounding. And again, Ontario Downtown Apartments at 320 West G Street is a gang stalking apartment complex, just like Woodside Single Apartments. I also want to be clear, what you're witnessing is stalking by noise. Okay, this is what the demons do. They stalk you with regard to light. They stalk you with regard to noise. If they can't get close to you, they'll create loud noise in order to surround you. That's occurring under the fake sun and an engineered light, day and night, monitoring you. 9MKA166, 7PFZ759. 8VZR576, 9TJZ841, 9NPC338, 8LRR322. And these are sex offenders whose license plates I'm documenting. You need to understand that gang stalkers are sex offenders. And I'm also giving you context. These are sex offenders. This entity, these gang stalkers, the people of the state, the city of Ontario, they are engaged in pedophilia. This is what these demons are engaging in as an entity, 5144084. All right, that demon whose license plate I read, they're already stalking. They started their ignition. They're already sitting here creeping in the dark parking lot. That's how you know, by the way, when you hear audible activity, the entity is engaging in what is stalking with activity because people are in the path stalking, whether you see them or not. All right, that demon is stalking in the path and is doing so while I am subject to what is the amplified train activity inside of the venue. I'm going to get it right now. I'm going to get it right now. So it's currently 9:32 p.m. This is P.O.C. So I want to get those license plates. That audible activity, this is where the entity is keeping plane activity and maintaining helicopter activity. The Ontario downtown is engaging in that pattern of conduct. Impossible light activity is occurring on the inside of this parking garage, just like you saw during the day, where the ceiling inside of this parking garage, it was covered in engineer light. The entity is engaging what is stalking as you hear that, that vehicle outside. They're demons. These are indeed demons. 1VEV135, in case I didn't read that. This license plate. It is BG85L46, and that's a paper plate. And it's 9:32 p.m. The entity is, again, where I'm walking in the parking garage, and there is demons hiding in their vehicles that I don't see. But nobody is walking around. Nobody's outside with a flashlight. Nobody is outside engaging in any photographs, flash images. The demon is driving on Lemon on the street. I'm inside of the parking garage, but you have the amplified audible activity and coexisting flashing of light inside of the parking garage. That's impossible light activity. That's speaking to knowledge. That demon that is crossing path in a vehicle, which is separate from the amplified noise that is reminiscent of the sound of like an ignition. These are demons. Everything about their environment is fake. They're monitoring. This is demonic activity. Okay? While you're getting at the physical, you're looking at the physical, I'm breaking down what you're actually looking at and what you're listening to. And it's also speaking to knowledge. The demon-possessed are what are stalking, and they are referred to as the state of California, and they know exactly where I'm located inside of this parking garage where that light activity is present as a demon is driving by on the street that cannot see me, but knows exactly where I'm at. It's where the light activity is happening, they know where I'm at. Where the audible activity is happening as I'm engaged in movement inside of the parking garage. They do the same thing with regard to the sex offensive monitoring genitalia when they're keeping you under surveillance. No, I'm about to get in my car. Thank you.
Oh, so you have your car here?
Yeah.
Did you keys,
I got it. Thank you.
you got it?
Yes, I do. What time is it? 9:34 p.m. Have a good one. That's audible activity he's monitoring. In the impossible light activity and the amplified noise, amplified train, that's not a security guard. That's not constitutionally protected activity. He's monitoring with the Ontario police. And he's gang stalking on the job. Pacing in the parking garage. Let me read these sex offender's license plate. License 08961, pacing. The demon stalking in the parking lot. License 7PFZ759 was just lurking in the parking lot with their vehicle off. After I read their license plate, they've been sitting in the vehicle for a prolonged period. After I read the license plate, then they start their car. They're engaging in stalking and surveillance, okay? And that's why the Ontario police is gang stalking necessarily with the people of the state. They are always maintaining presence. The government is not stalking by itself. Okay, but it's enough to prosecute the government, but it's more than that. The people of the state are gang stalking demons and pedophiles, and they're engaging in targeting together, and they're practicing a satanic means of targeting someone. This is P.O.C. It's 9:35 p.m. Demons are walking into the parking garage while the ongoing amplified sound of air blowing is occurring. The demons whose license plate I read. This is the gang stalkers who are 320 West G Street. This is P.O.C. That's why I'm telling the security guard I'm going to get into my car because he's disingenuous. He's monitoring me. And he also knows that I'm documenting him. And he's engaging in the pattern of conduct. And he needs to leave me alone. To be honest with you, he needs to leave me alone. He's gang stalking. It's a threat. It's currently 9:36 p.m. Traffic inside of the parking garage is for purposes of monitoring, by the way, because that's what they're doing. Driving in and out of the parking garage is pacing. And the engineered light that you already know is inside of this parking garage. Everybody's coming in to get in their cars now, all right? That's the P.O.C. They're all engaging in demonic pacing. These are demons. And this is what's happening on the freeway. It's not traffic. This is what's happening on the roads and the highways, on the streets. It's not traffic. These are demons who are pacing. They're stalking. Oopsie. Oh God, I read all these license plates already. Yeah, all these sex offenders, they were monitoring the entire time. I read all their license plates. They're monitoring as they go to their vehicles, engaging in facilitating activity. They're engaging in terrorism with the Ontario police. And I read all of their license plates. They're gang stalkers. These are pedophiles parking in the parking garage. And they're monitoring as they drive out. License, again, 8XEW268. It's 9:37 p.m. The Ontario Police is monitoring with every demon that's crossing path. License 8KJU869. All right, monitoring with regard to knowledge about mine being connected to the Wi-Fi network, license 9BCG251. That's a demon. Okay, when I'm letting you know about what the pattern of conduct that they engage in, which is speaking to their knowledge, I am letting you know that they're demons. That's how they know these things. They're demons. In case you did not know, the demon-possessed know what's going on your phones. It's satanic with regard to their monitoring, communication devices, and monitoring on the internet. It is the work of Satan. And this demonic activity is related to the operation of communication devices and presence in this environment. They're demons that engage in their P.O.C. pursuant to real-time knowledge about what you're doing on your phone. They're demons, that's how they know that. All right? And the Ontario International Airport, the Ontario Police Department, and the Ontario Fire Department are always revealing to you that they're demons as well. Crossing path with the Ontario International Airport, license 8D29C22, that's a paper plate. License 8VBP537 is on the back of that vehicle. She's engaging in gang stalking with the Ontario International Airport. That's not flying over the Chevron, because I'm not over at Chevron north of this location. They're flying over the Ontario Town Square, where these demons are stalking, monitoring inside of a parking garage. And this is what they're doing with the Ontario Police Department as well. This is what they're doing with the entirety of the city of Ontario. I got a license plate over here I want to get. All right, so they're all monitoring while I'm uploading video right now. CRUZN48 and license 8XPN009, 8ZAT981. They're all sitting in their cars engaging in monitoring. A bunch of pedophiles walking through the car, gang stalking. P.O.C. And this is the public corruption. The government's maintaining plane activity, helicopter activity. They're all in engineer light. There are a bunch of demons monitoring on communication devices, psychopaths. Okay, stalking you, monitoring your vagina, and acting like they're not sex offenders because they don't have a criminal record as sex offenders. This is public corruption. This is the threat that you're surrounded by, the predators that you're surrounded by that you need to be aware of. License 9GKW365, courtesy patrol, gang stalking. That's a company, license 8VCC907. They're all monitoring my device. License 7KZK786. Yeah. Crossing path. 9MYU763, crossing path. License plate. Impossible light above their heads. That's a demon. License 8CYK738, crossing path. These are all demons. (9NCX138), crossing path. And as one vehicle, crossing path, that's called patrolling. This is the spirit of Satan using multiple people. Satan's going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth through multiple people. They're pacing together. 9HOD647. These are demons. And their headlights that aren't blinding me now, they don't reach miles away in order to molest your person and create magnified shadows. 9FFX826. These are demons. License 9TDU315, demon. Federal stalking, every single last one of them. And they're monitoring with the city of Ontario. It's P.O.C. I just want to be clear, all the people that you're here and more, all together, obsessed with my vagina, monitoring my vagina, aware of what's going on with my vagina in the bathroom of the OVITT Family Community Library, where the government is stalking in a helicopter, and a bunch of people are sharing in that domestic terrorism and psychological torture and harassment and sexual violence together. It's not just the Ontario police that know where I'm at. All of these demons, some of whom I'm documenting right now, are aware of everything that I'm doing, including my vagina. License 8LRR322. And that's what you need to recognize. Sex offenders. And these are those that engage in sex with children, violating children. Sensational activity in the parking garage. Coexisting with this demon that's crossing path. License 9MGF697. Sex offender, crossing path. The entity that's gang stalking is routinely engaging in homosexual conduct. This is shattering the illusions of what you think about and all of the issues that are discussed in the manner in which they're discussed. The demon possessed are gang stalking, engaging in homosexual behavior while they maintain what you're thinking is heterosexual relationships. 9LSX063, license 7UDL918. These are gang stalkers associated with the corrupt institution as well, Laverne College of Law. These demons who are sex offenders engaging in federal stalking, gang stalking while you're in law school. You're already unfit, let alone that unfit institution. They're engaged in criminal conduct as they attend the institution while they are witnessing the documentation about what they know that they're doing. These are demons it's relevant to what is moral turpitude. Okay, and engaging in terrorism, that is more than a substantial basis to preclusion from taking the California bar. These are gang stalking sex offenders attending a law school. Okay, they're engaged in criminal conduct and they're doing so with impunity because this is how the system operates. And so those that are going to law school that want to be officers of the court, you need to understand what is pumped out into society, and it is inherently corrupt from day one. From day one. And nobody that is fit to be an officer of the court is going to subscribe to that type of system, is not going to conform to that type of system like the demons going to Laverne College of Law are. Having no problem engaging in criminal conduct of this level to any degree, but to this degree, and you also at the same time want to be an attorney, want to be an officer of the court. That's a problem. That's an inherent problem. And this is existing throughout the state, by the way. There is nothing impressive about these institutions, regardless of the LSAT score that you have to achieve in order to get in. They're all gang stalking demons. And amongst the demon possessed, they create their own hierarchy regarding what's prestigious and what's not. There's nothing impressive about them altogether. They are morally bankrupt, sexually perverted, mentally deranged, demon possessed, corrupt. There's nothing prestigious about them. But I will say it's even worse when you can't even hold on to an accredited status. Okay, this is the ghetto of law schools, and they're gang stalking sex offenders. License 9NPC338. These sex offenders going to law school and want to be added, swear to take the bar and then be added in order to be officers of the court. This is exactly what I encountered by the demons that were gang stalking me as a practicing attorney. And this is the problem. This is the problem. Satan being sworn in to practice law. DZ64S56, paper plate. And they're engaged in criminal conduct, public corruption with the police, with a population, in concert with children. That's what those that want to be attorneys are engaging in. Yeah, it is. You are entirely unfit. License 8JXT310. Demons crossing path. License 8TLL102. Impossible light all across the ceiling. These are demons that are monitoring. Alrighty, it's P.O.C. And they're engaged in federal stalking, monitoring the video that I am uploading into the internet. It's at 43%. P.O.C. Stalking in the path is this demon that is maintaining presence in perfect alignment with me, like the entity does with the fake sun. This is what the demon possessed do with light. And this demon is stalking in the path. Her license plate again is, I already read it, I'll read it again. 8SE1001. Yeah. It's currently 9:46 p.m. Courtesy Patrol has a number on it. A number identifying the, I believe it's a license number. And I don't see it on the vehicle. Okay, I don't see it on the vehicle. Typically they list those. But Courtesy Patrol and that license plate that I read, they're engaged in gang stalking. It's a company, it's a third party, and that third party operating that vehicle is a third party, and they're gang stalking. It's 9:47 p.m. Again, federal stalking license 8SEJ001. That's what it looks like her license plate is, J001. And all of this is built into what the Ontario police are doing with the people of the state, 9MKA166. All these people stalking together, monitoring, harassing, terrorizing together, while the Ontario police use helicopter punctuating the gang stalking pattern of conduct. It's 9:48 p.m. Yeah. I think I read that license plate already. EF30M63 paper and 9UDV264, in case I didn't read that one already. Yeah, and I read that one already. The entities surrounding the parking garage with inexplicable noise. There's no plane engines that you're going to hear over here. The entities, it's demonic, and these are demons that are walking to their cars gang stalking, coming from College of Laverne University of Law, gang stalking law students. Those are oxymorons that are going to provide a bar, by bar I mean a preclusion, an exclusion from taking the California bar. Okay, you are unfit to practice law. While I'm letting you know about the gang stalkers that are pedophiles, that are engaging in public corruption, conspiring the murder of American citizens, and you think you want to practice law? You think you're fit to practice law? These are the demon-possessed that think that they're smart, stalking under a fake sun. License 9PCS677. That's audible activity and engineer light. I already read that demon's license plate. $5SSS513. That's the license plate again, though, but I already read it. It's 9:49 p.m. Oh, we know it's also relevant. The entity that's listening to me document, listened to me state that I was getting into my car, so all the demons come in and move their cars. That's also what they did right now, too. Remember, they're paying attention to everything that I say. That's also what they did. When I talk about a picnic, the demons come and engage in a picnic. When I talk about California Highway Patrol strolls through Ontario, engaging in criminal summoning on Euclid Avenue where the fake sun is remaining from sunrise until sunset. They don't have any original ideas. This is why they engage in the demonic conduct of trying to swap destinies as demons. This is what Tracy Banks, a 60-some-odd-year-old woman, okay, that couldn't even take the same high school courses. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm being honest. The IQ is not there. The ability is not there. You can't even copy what it is that I'm stating because you don't understand it. And the entities thought that they were going to kill me and that this demon was just going to take over my life and act like she's me, like she's stolen my identity, stolen my ID in doing so. This demon thought that she was going to steal my life and my destiny. These are what these demons engage in. They get their ideas from me. Satan doesn't create anything. Satan is a copycat. Satan wants to be God. Satan will never be God. Satan's not even the equal opposite of God. And it's the same thing with the children of God, whom the demon-possessed are obsessed with and who are stalking. Okay, license 9MZP663. It is currently 9:51 p.m. But I want to make sure that you note that they're engaging in what is surrounding in the parking garage because this is where I'm at, and everybody came in and moved their cars while they listened to me say, "Oh yeah, I'm going to get in my car," because he's bothering me while here gang stalking. I mean, if I talk to them, then that's fine. I'm documenting. And I'm documenting him while he's talking to me as well. It's still the P.O.C., but he's frankly being annoying while I'm documenting right now. And this is the entity that's psychopathic. I'm dealing with a psychopath that's gang stalking, and the reality is that they know that I'm documenting, and I don't really feel like playing the game right now. So I'm going to get in my car. Okay, leave me alone. But I want to be clear, as I state that, all the demons come and remove their cars. That's intentional. And it's all, yes, they're monitoring, but everything that I state, that's also the pattern that you pay attention to. That's also the pattern that I want you to, I point these things out to you, and there are things that you will notice. You will notice it, and I stop speaking about it because I want you to notice it on your own. License plate 6JTZ185. If that's a gang stalking immigrant, that's deportation. By the way, that applies with everyone, but I'm looking at someone where I have probable cause to suspect this may be an immigrant, and if so, you've been granted the privilege to be here. It does not include engaging in surveillance with the Ontario Police Department, and it is a basis of deportation. It's 9:52 p.m. As I'm at the OVITT Family Community Library, I'm documenting establishments, I'm documenting institutions, I'm documenting government departments. That includes College of Law, the Laverne College of Law, University of Laverne, College of Laverne, University of Law, whatever. Laverne Law School. I'm documenting I'm documenting that institution. They're engaging in the criminal pattern of conduct. They engage in terrorizing me with the Ontario Police Department under the fake sun while they're sitting in classes studying the law. They're gang stalking me while I'm outside of the classroom and a helicopter is flying around me, terrorizing me. And they're engaging in legal studies. I'm documenting the law school because this is a basis to remove that law school from existence, and I'm not playing about that. This is what the entity is. What the entity wants to conspire murder. The entity, I'm documenting ongoing impunity by the government day and night. There is going to be a consequence, and it's bigger than what the entity bargained for. You spend thousands of dollars on law school, and that law school is not even going to be around. You're definitely not sitting for the bar. You're not sitting for the California bar. It's currently 9:54 a.m. Excuse me, 9:54 p.m. 7EHR798. Every time I'm documenting the government, I'm documenting the people of the state, I'm documenting the entity, and there is a comprehensive and elaborate prosecution that's going to follow. Like I said, nobody is getting away with anything. Nobody's getting away with anything. It's 9:54 p.m. License plate 9NTB087. You have straight up surveillance in the parking garage because this is where I'm at. So they're just sitting up, maintaining presence. And again, when you're looking at the Tesla chargers, they're engaging in sitting up, it's straight surveillance. But it looks like they're doing something. Satan is always looking to appear productive, okay? It's the same thing with gang stalking where you live. Oh, I'm not stalking, I live here. That's what the entities, that's the presupposition. It's a false premise, okay? And it's a very sore mistake. Okay, based on the entity that has no idea how their criminal conduct, their satanic conduct is going to be prosecuted. And it will be absolutely where you live and where you work. License 7EHR798. In fact, it's the easiest means of prosecution because the feds know exactly who you are and where you're at and where to find you. But the entity is engaging in the P.O.C. and it's based on a lot of false premises. And the entity's pattern of conduct, there is no place where the entity cannot be prosecuted in the same way that there is no location and under no circumstances is the pattern of conduct accepted or not underway. That prosecution is not hindered at all. In other words, the government under no circumstances is getting away with gang stalking. Under no circumstances they're not getting away with it. License plate 8VZR576. I already documented him. He's getting in his vehicle, engaged in prolonged surveillance while the entity sounds playing activity at the parking garage, 320 West G Street. This is the same parking garage. Remember, I'll remind you about this. The engineer light is over the ceiling inside of this parking garage. They're all stalking. Like I said, just like with everything else, there's nothing mysterious about the entity that's on the internet, fully exposed as a demon-possessed population, fully exposed as engaging in the gang stalkers associated with sex trafficking of minors, pedophilia. They're also fully exposed on the venue of the internet, engaging in what is terrorism in the United States. And there's nothing mysterious. They're openly engaging in it in a manner that everybody clearly is watching me point out point for point. This is what they're doing. That you know what that is. You know who they are. They did that before. Now they're doing it again. They're doing it the same thing with a different face. You're all witnessing it, and they are witnessing it, and you're also witnessing their obsession with me, because this is the obsession that the demon-possessed never wanted to be openly publicized. They wanted to falsely depict the character of the target individual as somebody that is hallucinating, imagining things, thinking that everybody's concerned with them when no one could care less about them, and it is the exact opposite. They are obsessed. The obsession is literally shown through the environment. They are stalking. And the evidence, proof of stalking, And now Satan is forced to stalk in a manner that's going to require what is an unprecedented prosecution by the federal government in the United States. And the world is going to pay attention to that, because the world wants to know, how is the United States government going to respond to the United States government terrorizing American citizens? How is the government going to respond to that? So there is a responsibility here, but not only that, you're watching, you're witnessing a bunch of demons being both embarrassed at the same time, but still more obsessed with me. And you need to understand that that's a national security threat. The demons are maniacal, psychopathic, and delusional, because it's not in a secret, it's not in the dark. Everybody's watching video for video on all the websites that I am on. You're all watching the government gang stalking. A proven system, you're all watching it. And they're engaging in it right in front of you. You can sit up and watch it play by play by play as I document on podcasts, and I publish all the evidence thoroughly on the video of the internet. That's how openly and wide and exposed and vulnerable the government, that is clearly gang stalking. There is nothing mysterious about what they're doing. And there is no aspect of this pattern of conduct that I have not already exposed. All right. The entity's engaging in this and doing so in real time while it's no longer a secret. It wasn't a secret when I exposed it, but it takes an amount of time to establish the complete body of evidence that I now have. And now you're engaging in what is witnessing iteration after iteration of a whole bunch of demons that are stalking. And it's teaching you about wherever you're at and how the pattern of conduct is executed. All right. And it's also exposing what is mental illness that is no longer concealed. And that's for your benefit. That's for your protection. All right. You need to know people that you should not leave your children with. And you don't even have to have a conversation about what it is that you know. But you know that you should not keep your children in that unsafe environment because you are now aware. These are the type of things that are preparing you, empowering you to make better decisions, because the Lord Jesus doesn't want you to be ignorant. He wants you to be aware of what the enemy is doing, what Satan is doing. Okay. It is currently 9:59 p.m. The amplified plane activity, which is concentrating where I'm located. And you already know that it's plane activity that's not published on the website of the Ontario International Airport. And it's occurring in concert with the demon-possessed people of the state that are crossing paths. They're all stalking together. And as I give you as vivid as I can with words, conveying ideas in order to describe to you what's happening in the spirit, these are the demon-possessed, a bunch of repugnant, disgusting, despicable, they're cockroaches in the spirit, and all Satan is doing is swirling around me, pacing all around me. And in the natural, what you're seeing are people that are in vehicles, they're wearing clothes, they're not levitating, but they're walking, or they're skating, or they're driving, or they're flying, all right? They are, in other words, appearing as normal as they possibly can while they are engaging in demonic activity. This is demonic, and this is sickness. That's no longer secretive, okay? This is the reality of what the demon-possessed are doing in that environment. And all you have to do is look up in the sky and pay attention to what it is that you're hearing, and pay attention to, and it does not require paranoia, but you can pay attention to a pattern. If every time you're making a move and you're hearing noise, you're being monitored. If you're looking at the impossible light activity that coexists with that, the entity that's engaging, these are things to be aware of, not to create paranoia whatsoever. Because Christ Jesus, that spirit of fear has nothing to do with God. And that is not what this is about, nor does it require that. I've shown you how inferior the demon-possessed are. They're inferior. Okay? The entities engage in this pattern of conduct, and they are doing it while they are relying on secrecy. There's no more secrecy. And not only is there no secrecy because I'm prosecuting and documenting, I'm going to the fullest extent because this is necessary when you're dealing with Satan, to embarrass to the fullest extent, to shame, openly shame to the fullest extent. This is what is necessary when you're dealing with Satan. All right, it's currently 10:01 p.m. and I am still uploading, which they're monitoring. It's 10:02 p.m. And again, this is third-party facilitating venue. Take a look at the screenshots because you will see the fake sun over me at this Ontario downtown luxury apartments at 320 West G Street. There are a bunch of gang stalking residents in the city of Ontario. All right. The city of Ontario is full of pedophiles. Pedophiles that are married, pedophiles that are single, pedophiles that are teachers, pedophiles that are clearly a part of the government, working for the fire department, the police department, the airport, pedophiles that are working at the library, pedophiles that have minor children and toddlers, pedophiles that are engaging in criminal activity in all of the aforesaid manners and methods, because that's a method to engage in gang stalking as a family. That's nothing other than a method. Okay, that's a cloak that Satan is wearing, because you're associating criminal conduct to the degree that I'm describing, that it's supposed to look some sort of way, and it's not. You're dealing with the spirit. And this is where you're removing all of these illusions, these veils of deception. That which is wicked is not always going to appear with a knife dripping with blood. It's going to appear quite eloquent, quite beautiful, quite enchanting, impressive. It might be very attractive to you. It might be the most gorgeous thing you've ever seen. And it's there to destroy you. Okay, so I just want to make sure that you're understanding that. The entity relies on those false premises for pursuant to gang stalking. It has absolutely nothing to do with what is a straightforward prosecution. I'm going to prosecute the government. The government is, let me put it this way, the government's prosecution is already complete. Let me put it that way. That's how secure it is. They're relying on some absolutely legally irrelevant things that's not going to, they don't even plan on having a defense. When you're stalking like the city of Ontario is, they don't even have an intention to have a defense in court. They don't. They're delusional. Remember, outside of what is a court case, which the entity didn't bargain for, they bargained for stealing my money and property. So this is a failed sacrifice. They can't even face that reality. So they're still gang stalking, spinning their wheels, and that's not getting them anywhere. It's getting them in what is embarrassment on the world stage and a surefire prosecution. These gang stalking officials, gang stalking government actors, these gang stalking businesses, these gang stalking people of the state, the civilian population, they're going to be treated with the level of severity that federal law requires. Because it's not going to be tolerated in the United States that you're going to systematically murder American citizens and psychologically torture them to your fancy, all right, while you're sexually aroused by that, while you're engaging in deriving pleasure from it, and are addicted to it. Because that's what psychopaths, closeted mental illness, that's what it is. While they sit up in law school all day long, engage in studying, and you're looking at them on the surface as though, oh, you're so proud of Billy Bob. Billy Bob's a demon. Billy Bob's a sex offender. He goes home and he watches child porn, and he's gang stalking his neighbor during the day. And Billy Bob's not doing that by himself. Billy Bob's doing it with the government, the city that where he lives. The entity is engaging in a whole manner of disguise, and this is shattering those illusions. It is as clearly as the fake sun is sitting, and that's not the natural environment. None of this is normal conduct, none of it. Satan is wearing disguises, and you have to get beyond the veil, because this is what's happening, more and more deception being used. You don't just look at the surface of the thing, you look at the substance of the thing. And Satan can only act for so long. That's how you have the city of Ontario openly engaging in terrorism, and they're doing it on the World Wide Web. It's currently 10:06 p.m. There's no planes taking off from the airport that you're going to have any sort of plane, and that's just conceding that that's supposed to be plane activity. It's not. It's just the sound of like air movement that's supposed to be attributed to plane. But nonetheless, it is literally audible activity. It has nothing to do with any planes that are arriving and departing from the airport. These are the demons that are stalking under a fake sun, highly unintelligent. Very highly unintelligent. It's not scientific. It's not logical. It's not reasonable. It's not even making any common sense. The entity is merely, they're demons. All they're doing, their objective is just, they have to maintain noise, and they have to maintain this light, and they have to be there. That's it. The elements of monitoring. It's P.O.C. It's currently 10:06 p.m. That audible noise is relevant to monitoring, though. They're turning the lights on, dimming and brightening the lights. This is light activity in the parking garage where I'm at. It's audible activity. Male is walking with perpendicular shadows. He's monitoring while the entity is maintaining complementary amplified noise for his monitoring purposes. And this is as I complete the upload of the video. That simultaneity of conduct. This, you're recognizing, I'm showing you how, walking you through how the demons are engaged in gang stalking me, because that's what that third party is doing. He is a stalker. You also know his condition, that's a demon. But they are also engaged in monitoring. Gang stalking is pursuant to surveillance that is happening on devices. Surveillance is happening in the environment while you're being stalked by a population, and it's also happening on the venue of the internet, pursuant to what I'm doing online, okay? That simultaneity of conduct is speaking to knowledge. And how do demons know what you're doing? They're demons, and that's how they know, rather. That's how they know. That's how they're engaging that demonic synchronicity. The playing activity starts at the same time that I complete an upload. The playing activity starts at the same time that I log onto the Wi-Fi network. The playing activity sounds at the same time that I'm talking about the fact that the Ontario Police Department is going to be disbanded. And they're engaging in what is surveillance. You know what I'm stating because you're sitting around stalking. You know what I'm doing on my phone because you're a demon. They're demons that are engaging in that. And in other words, in the way in which the entity obsessively stalked me, they gave away all of their secrets, and I'm letting you know about what the demon possess, what the wicked do, and what they know as they do it, and what you need to know about what the wicked are consumed with concerning you. And if you have children, and if you are in an environment where you are aware that the P.O.C. is underway, you need to understand, and you will know what is around you, and what they know, what they do. And it's nothing to instill fear. Matter of fact, this is something to inform you. It's nothing to be shook up about at all. The government's not going to be able to get away with this in secret, okay? They're not. The entity, and like I said, I'm dealing with a bunch of impotent ignoramuses, okay? Intellectually impotent is what I mean. The entity's entire pattern of conduct is underway, and there will be no sacrifice. Let me read this demon's third license plate. The Asian male, gang stalking license plate. Oh, DG23B71. That's a paper plate on a black Tesla. But he's engaged in federal stalking. 10:10 p.m. The train activity, that's incriminating the people of the state. They're gang stalking. The plane activity, that's incriminating the people of the state. They're gang stalking. The helicopter activity, that's incriminating the people of the state. They're gang stalking. Alrighty, it is currently, by the way, 10:11 p.m. And this is the Ontario, the downtown Ontario luxury apartments. I am going to keep my comments to myself. Anyway, 320, I'm publishing the video right now. And you are listening to me being gang stalked as I do it. And this is the video regarding what you just listened to, the Ontario police stalking me by doing so, ambush conduct regarding what direction I'm walking outside of the library, and doing so specifically as a hostile department of pedophiles who are enraged based on what I published on the video of the internet today. Those pedophiles are obsessively stalking still, and they have no intention of even surviving as a police department. So the feds are watching them exhibit severe mental instability, and it's relevant to the demons that are going to federal prison. It is currently, and while the Ontario police are gang stalking, all of the city of Ontario is gang stalking. Impossible light reaching at a distance. The vehicle is not even up here yet. License plate. Oh, driving down. Yeah, those are not headlights. License plate. Sex offender. Demon. 9NSF658. That third party is monitoring, specifically I'm on the venue of YouTube. License plate 8NSB160. Monitoring while I'm on YouTube. And they're doing so on behalf of the city of Ontario that needs the people of the state to enter. Okay, I've documented the City of Ontario gang stalking. They use the municipality vehicles to engage in surveillance, gang stalking, crossing paths, stalking with light, stalking with activity. They use the Ontario Police Department engaging in surveillance. As I'm documenting, those demons come from inside of the parking garage under the fake sun, and then I remind you about what another gang stalking Ontario Police Department officer is doing at the same address at 6 o'clock in the evening. That's federal prison for gang stalking police officers who are demon possessed, engaging what is keeping me under surveillance, and furtherance of the conspiracy to commit murder. That's why the Ontario police are gang stalking. You're going to prison for that. The entity is doing so while they are also monitoring my evidence. And so you're conspiring my murder as a corrupt police department with the intent to accomplish what is essentially obstructing justice by committing my murder in order to get away with stealing my property while you're keeping my evidence under surveillance. In fact, my evidence is what inspires your terrorism by helicopter, your terrorism by criminal summoning, your terrorism by stalking in the path and just being at the destination where I'm at before I get there, or being in my path where I'm looking at you gang stalk me in that specific environment. You're going to federal prison for that. And the entity is surrounded with evidence, and it is incriminating to the rest of the entity. That's P.O.C. though. These are the demons that are highly unintelligent. When you follow Satan, you become a dummy. I don't care how educated and how much of an expert you think you are. These demons, these are spirits. Spirits don't have education, okay? And you are relegated to the mind of Satan. You become a dummy. That's how a whole entity is prosecuted by one person in the name of Jesus. That's how that happens. They are dummies altogether. That's called stalking with noise. So that's what's going on. Union Pacific Railroad train, that's amplification. The entity was doing the same thing inside of Tracy Banks' apartment at 408 West G Street. This is, again, the unintelligent means of the obsession. Just got to stalk with noise, got to stalk with light, doing it by any means necessary. And all I do is show you the common sense analysis behind what they're doing. And also, it's as obvious as a sun sitting over a building all day. I will continuously go back to that because that's the default baseline. These demons are highly unintelligent in all the ways in which they're engaging in monitoring. 320 West G Street. And I am publishing the video online right now at 10:15 p.m. And this entity is monitoring this evidence as it is being published. This is obstruction of justice, threatening, terrorizing me, molesting me, and continuously stalking. A stalker that you're documenting is supposed to be a deterrent, and that's an implied statement to request, please stop stalking me. Okay, there is a paraphrasing the law. There is a standard for that you request, don't stalk me, and documentation is sufficient to communicate that. And the government that has no authority to engage in targeting you in the first place, when you're documenting, the government is very much aware and keeping that evidence under surveillance, and the entity has gone years fully engaging in more violence as it's being documented. That's relevant to, for example, the population that are gang stalking while engaging in what is working for a police department. It's informing how public gang stalking mayors are going to be treated with regard to this issue of public corruption and the applicability of federal prison, a federal prosecution. It's relevant to the prosecution of the people of the state that are gang stalking through their corrupt businesses, where they also engage in things such as kidnapping with the entity that seeks to obstruct justice. It's relevant to all of the above. It's relevant, and it is informing federal law as well. So you are looking at a front row seat of what it is, all of the policies that I advocate under I.I.S. federal legislation, a federal group stalking monitoring statute, a gang stalking statute, a statute that's used for domestic terrorism in this country, where the government is targeting. All right, and unfortunately, there's a need for it, and there is a glaring need for it, and this is relevant. This is what is behind the policies that I advocate. Okay, so those are some of the main ones that are published on my website at thisisthepoc.wordpress.com. SIIS means systematic infliction of inhumane suffering. It's currently 10:17 p.m. and I'm going to publish this video right now. Oh wait, not West G Street. This is West, excuse me, it's not West, North Euclid. Okay, let me see. Downtown Ontario. .320 North Euclid Avenue. Yeah, that's the address I was looking for. Oh, okay. I see. All right, the video captured at 8:59 p.m. upon my exit of the OVITT Family Community Library is published on the venue of YouTube, and it will be published to the Google Drive as well, where all of the body of evidence is captured. This is the apartment complex where the fake sun is present. It's in between 303 North Euclid Avenue, which is across the street, and the OVITT Family Community Library. Demons are starting their vehicles, keeping me under surveillance inside, stalking in the path, following as I go from place to place. So I just want to document that. But this venue is in the specific environment where the fake sun is rising and setting. The entire apartment complex is engaged in surveillance. The entity is gang stalking by helicopter. And so this is where the entity engages in that documented act of terrorism. It includes this entire venue. That's not acting by itself. It's the state of California. But I'm documenting place by place, actor by actor, moment by moment, offense by offense, which is building a pattern of conduct, okay? The pattern of conduct is already complete though, however. It is currently 10:20 p.m. And this has been P.O.C. This is terrorism that I'm subject to all day long, and terrorism that I am acquainted with upon my exit of the venue, where the OVITT Family Community Library is engaged. Ontario Police crossing path, gang stalking, using the resources of a municipality. That's a police vehicle that's used for criminal monitoring. They're doing so at what is 10:21 p.m. They're gang stalking on the roads and the highways. I'm going to go ahead and take a picture of stalking in the path. They're at what is D Street and Euclid, and I'm capturing images of the four shadows that surround my person, where the Ontario Police Department is gang stalking by helicopter. Walking on Euclid Avenue, the Ontario Police Department is gang stalking by vehicle. This is the entity that's going to be disbanded, and the wasted resources are proven while they are gang stalking me. So they're wasting millions of dollars that they've been gang stalking me for years. Just want to put that in there. It's currently 10:22 p.m. This is P.O.C. 5 DEZ4T15. That's a paper plate meeting me. That's pursuant to stalking. That's pursuant to tracking my steps. All right, doing so at what is F in Euclid. Monitoring my device, sex offender, 8WAT712, driving a white Lexus, that's a sex offender. Driving under the fake moon as she is proceeding at what is 10:26 p.m. That's a sex offender that is exceedingly psychopathic. She went out of her way to make sure that she caught me using my camera and is engaging in a sex offense of molesting my person. With simultaneity, these are psychopaths that are all stalking on the street. They're not engaged in traffic. They're not focused on driving somewhere. They're focused on stalking me. She is driving what is east on F Street toward the fake moon that's moving as I move. Or up the street. This is what the fake sun is doing while I'm documenting. This is what the fake moon was doing while I was walking south on Euclid Avenue, where the Ontario Police are stalking by helicopter at 1805 South Euclid Avenue in Ontario, California. And the fake moon remained on Euclid Avenue, where the fake sun remains all day long on Euclid Avenue. And the entity is keeping that fake moon in alignment to me while I'm walking in the direction south on Euclid Avenue. These are not demons that are engaging in traffic. That demon is engaged in knee-jerk conduct, stalking with Ontario Police Vehicle 1061 as well. That's the same thing. They're not engaged in traffic. The ongoing secret obsession with my vagina is no longer a secret, and that's why the Ontario Police are being disbanded. All right, they're pedophiles, they're sex offenders, they're demons. And they are out of their rabbit minds. That's what you need to know. And that has been my objective, to make sure that you not only recognize criminal conduct, you need to know with regard to your own safety how absolutely crazy the entity is that is gang stalking wearing these police uniforms. These are murderers, and they are waiting. They are anxious to shoot someone to death. They're anxious to engage in physical violence. These are demons, and they're violent ones, and they dress up in police uniforms. And they are rabbit crazy. Okay, I'm going to keep it holy, but they are rabbit crazy. And that's not an exaggeration. And they prove it while they're gang stalking me. They prove it while you know that this isn't traffic. They prove it while you know that there's no coincidence of you stalking me in a helicopter, flying over my head while I'm talking about you. How many times have you listened to me document that? They are rabid crazy. They are literally berserk. They're maniacs. They're the type that go home and punch the mirror over and over again until their knuckles bleed. All right, and then they stare at it and just watch it drip on the counter and just stare at it and turn on blinking lights. They're crazy. Whatever picture in your mind where you are looking at something that you find to be obviously mentally disturbed, that's what's hiding in the mind of the Ontario Police Department. They're psychotic. That is not an exaggeration. And it is a security concern. While I am confronted with maniacs who are stalking me. They're both obsessed with my vagina, and they're also hopeful, wishful that they can get me in a line of vision in a circumstance where they can blow my brains out. And that's the honest to God truth. They're demons, and they are being disbanded because they failed in controlling themselves and concealing their condition and their ongoing criminal agenda. They failed in it. And I proved what they are and what they're doing. They're being disbanded for it. But this is a condition of the demon-possessed that fill the state, and they work for law enforcement agencies. Satan is using the law enforcement agencies. People are able to satiate their desires to take human lives. They join the police department. Where murder is a part of the job. They can work it in. They can get away with it even. All right, so that's very serious. All right, as that demon is classified, this is not traffic. That demon, I told you what she's doing. She is, quick, came out of nowhere, making sure that she hit me with those lights as soon as I use my camera. That's not traffic. And that craziness is embodied in a police officer. That's a psycho. A whole department of them. This is P.O.C. It's currently 10:30 p.m. All right, stalking with impossible light activity inside of the 7-Eleven. This is terrorism. License plate. I took pictures of them. I'm going to read them. License 7RDK521. And those are the ones closing doors, stalking with light. Psychopaths then go inside of the market to stalk you in the store. They're doing so in impossible light activity. These are demons that know what you're doing on your phone, monitoring your vagina. This is what's inherently terrorizing about a bunch of a population of demons who are stalking you in the absurdly psychotic ways that the demon-possessed are everywhere. In the bathroom, in the grocery store, in the apartment where you live, in the apartment complex where you remain, in the mall, like at school, in the library, right? This is where the entities engage in that. So I'm going to show you pictures of that. That's the entity that is aiming light. These third parties are going license 7JQJ582. This is the psychopathic behavior of stalking with light. Those are psychopaths. All right, that's the mental illness that's walking around free, walking around without a label. Pedophiles that have access to children, custody of children, gang stalking with children, engaging in that. And that mental illness is exhibited by that obsession with stalking with light. It is currently 10:41 p.m. P.O.C. and that's 7-Eleven that's gang stalking you. All right, this is a pedophile that's engaging in stalking with her child inside of, and this is 7-Eleven. When you're looking at it legally, the establishment 7-Eleven is contributing to the delinquency of minors with whom they're gang stalking, terrorizing American citizens. They're engaging in a sex offense with a minor while I'm being molested. That's a sex act. That's like, you're going to prosecute them based on the violations that they engage in and the ways in which they engage in it. 7-Eleven, the business is engaging in sexual violence with minors, and so is this gang stalking third party, license 7JQJ582. The same exact pattern of stalking with impossible light. During the day, under the fake sun and through shade, it is not going to create what is an upright shadow magnified in size, and at nightfall, aiming headlights in the same exact manner. Under both circumstances, it is not creating a projected magnified size of a shadow. These are demons that give birth to kids with whom they're gang stalking, and they're also pedophiles that are engaging in the pattern of conduct. 8ZDU100, and this is surveillance. This is a psychopath. She's engaging in surveillance, running in and out of the vehicle. Oh, let me go get my change. Anything to maintain the audible activity. She's keeping her headlights on. That's the guise of stalking with impossible light. These are the demons that are, again, a quarter of a mile away from me, and my body's being covered with impossible light. And all you see in the distance is a demon with their headlights on. It's not their headlights. Those are demons. License 9 HES 292. The entity is stalking by Ontario Police. Is that what we've got? Because we're going to federal. Oh, that's the fake moon. I was just want to say. Okay, that's the fake moon. That's over the 7-Eleven. All right, this is P.O.C. It's currently 10:47 p.m. License 8CLY 980 and 9SXW 511 5ZOT 771. These are sex offenders molesting me. The demons that are, again, these pedophiles that are gang stalking, that are mentally ill, they're violent sex offenders, and they're always going out of their way, engaging in desperate acts with regard to touching me while they're keeping me under surveillance. Those third parties are engaged in a sex offense while they're engaged in federal stalking on the roads and the highways. They're currently driving north on Euclid Avenue, and this is sexual conduct, sex acts that are committed by the government, and the Ontario Police Department is sharing in that sex acts, gang stalking with the people of the state. CHEVRON, that's engaging in that, located at 506 North Euclid Avenue in Ontario, California. ARCO is located at 434 North Euclid Avenue in Ontario, California, 91762. Facilitating being in Starbucks, which you all should know. I have trained you up very well about how the demons and that satanic company are engaging in state surveillance, located at 507 North Euclid Avenue in Ontario, California, 91762. These are the means of the entity gang stalking me right here in my immediate environment. It is all state action. It is currently 10:59 p.m. P.O.C. Alrighty, it is currently, by the way, 11:11 p.m. Ontario Police gang stalking by helicopter. Where I'm located, stalking. 7V PS 897. Crossing the path, stalking with the Ontario Police Department that are stalking at the Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. And they're stalking by helicopter where they are following from place to place. They were stalking at the Ontario downtown apartments at 320 North Euclid. And while I'm here, this is the entity that's following from place to place in that specific environment. And this is the obvious criminal conduct that the people of the state are sharing in. The people of the state are obviously gang stalking. The city of Ontario is obviously gang stalking. The state is obviously gang stalking, while the Ontario Police, this is the police department that, again, you're seeing why they're being disbanded, okay? License 8CSA496. Monitoring with the Ontario Police, I'm capturing images of criminal presence in the path by that third party. And the Ontario Police are crossing path, they're pacing. This is the second time. So as I document, the demons of the Ontario Police cross path again. They're engaging in the elements of monitoring. They're manifesting to you as demons. As they use the helicopter, it's a means of audible activity. They're stalking in the sky space, that's relevant positioning, while they're engaging in what is light activity, which is underway even as I move. Light activity is simultaneously underway by the people of the state that are stalking, for example, the third party license plate. They're doing so under the fake moon that is remaining over me at this same intersection. Okay, yesterday evening while I'm on at Starbucks, the fake moon is over here. And recall, as I go on the opposite side of this same intersection, the fake moon moves to be over me, where the Ontario Police were stalking by helicopter at 415 South Euclid Avenue. These sex offenders who are, again, rabbit crazy, they're going to be relieved of their duties, because this is not law enforcement. And since they don't know what it is to be a law enforcement agency, because they are an enemy to American citizens, they are a domestic enemy in this country, they're being disbanded. And it's no small thing. They're not just being fired for being bad police. They are a domestic enemy. And this enemy is going to be uprooted altogether. License plate 5XFC850. And that's criminal presence by the Ontario Police Department that's gang stalking me. That's vicarious state action, while a third party is stalking on the roads and the highways, okay? Doing so while I am remaining present at the Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. It's currently 11:13 p.m. That's the entity that engages in gang stalking, engages in the criminal conduct, and you document and you're witnessing play by play the open acts of terrorism that the United States government commits in this country. License 9RUM056 9HWT 962 P.O.C. That is ongoing surveillance on the roads and the highways. All right, you understand that these are demons. These aren't people, and this is not minding their business. This is surveillance while they're stalking, and they're obsessing over me. And any minor move that I make, they're focused on me. And that's the purpose of maintaining presence in the path on the roads and the highways in its federal stalking statute, Title 18, Section 2261A, subsections 1 and 2. It's 11:13 p.m. P.O.C.